But you know, the talks about the nuclear war are rife now. And please, I would ask you to be attentive and to look at the statements made and the characters that made those statements. First, Mr. Stoltenberg, being erratic and hectic in his propaganda, indulging in propaganda and wishing to have a liking from the most radical Western forces, said that NATO may do whatever it like, even if it decides to place and station nuclear weapons on Eastern European territories. But you know, first of all, NATO may not decide where to place and deploy the nuclear weapons. It's the US that has it, not NATO. But the hint was indicative. Afterwards, Mr. Zelensky started saying and stating that we will abandon and jettison the non-nuclear obligations and status and acquire the nuclear arms. And don't forget what Jean-Yves Le Drian, the French foreign minister, said. You know, the French national symbol is rooster, is the cock, and he said during another round of his interviews with the world, he reminded Mr. Putin that France also possesses the nuclear arms, and afterwards, Madame Truss, the not so long ago appointed foreign secretary, said that she is ready for a conflict between NATO and Russia. And mind your president's statements, Mr. Biden's statements, when responding to a question whether there has been any alternative to the sanctions from hell, so-called, he said that the only alternative is the Third World War, and it only can be a nuclear war. But please mind that it is in the minds of the Western politicians that they keep returning to the nuclear war. It's not in our minds, so we will not allow any provocations to move us out of the equilibrium, shake us out of the equilibrium. But you know, if a real war is waged or unleashed against us, you know, I think those who have those designs and plans are to think what follows, and I think that there are such plans. And now we're moving to New York. Thank you. ABC, George Stephanopoulos, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Foreign Minister. The world is seeing civilians being killed in Ukraine by Russian bombs. The world is hearing the lies Russia is telling about those attacks. The world is uniting to condemn those attacks and those lies. How can you defend them?
I can see that you have been reading from a paper. You decided to quote the words that you had on paper. I cannot comment conjectures, and there is a great deal of these now. But you know, if you paid your attention probably to the fact that Europe, mostly, and the United States are trying to close down all the outlets, media outlets and information sources broadcast by Russia and from Russia on how the special military operation progresses and advances, and how the Ukrainian army and the neo-Nazi battalions behave towards the peaceful civilians. They rob and rip off the Donbass settlements. When they fall back, they take vehicles and property from Ukrainian residents living there. They behave like pillagers and marauders. And, you know, there is a lot of information about the future provocations that are brewed in Mariupol and on other territories where the Ukrainians are now trying to use the civilians as a human shield, talk to the Indians, the Arabs and the Africans that are trying to flee Ukraine now. They are not allowed. And yesterday the Indian Prime Minister spoke to the President of Russia, concerned over a death of an Indian student in Kharkov. There are no Russian troops in Kharkov now, but we saw the footage, like depicting foreigners trying to flee the Ukrainian soil via Russia, and they're not allowed to do so. I don't have enough time now to enumerate all the facts. Please visit our website, the website of our ministry, and you will be able to get a detailed description of what the Kiev neo-Nazi regime is now doing. You like the word killer? Real killers are siding with the Kiev regime. We have Beijing Chinese Media Corporation.
Do you believe that President Zelensky, the first Jewish president of Ukraine, whose families were killed in the Holocaust, is a Nazi?
Я думаю, что он манипулируется нацистом.
I think that the Nazis and neo-Nazis manipulate him. Otherwise, it is hard to account for how President Zelensky can preside in a society where neo-Nazism is rife. They make marches and torch processions. And for those torch processions, President Zelensky allocates his personal guards from his company, and they train constantly, studying acts of sabotage and warfare in urban areas, and that is all happening under President Zelensky. And when he keeps saying that his grandfather was at war, look at the laws that President Zelensky, which claims to be a global citizen, well, look at the laws about the indigenous nations and ethnicities of Ukraine, not mentioning the Russian nation. How can not a neo-Nazi president support laws banning the Russian language at school, which is horrible, not only in education but in everyday life? They imposed a prohibition on just asking for drugs and medications in a pharmacy in Russian, and in the Crimea in Russia, they have three official languages: Russian, the Crimean Tatar language, and Ukrainian language. And any national of Russia living in the Crimea has a right to turn to local authorities, to an office, speaking his vernacular language, and they have to respond in that language. I can enumerate facts for quite long. You know those striking images and salient things, and you don't have time to peruse and read the facts and just spend at least half an hour visiting our website, the Foreign Ministry website and the Defense Ministry website. You will not be allowed to raise your voices. I know that. But a French journalist, yesterday actually, President Macron said that accusing Zelensky and Ukraine of the rampant nationalism is a lies. Well, he responded to him, but his compatriot, a French journalist, responded to him. She visited Donbass and she described the bombings and shellings of schools and the killings of two women that worked in that school, and she put to shame all the Western politicians that turn a deaf ear, a blind eye onto that. She wasn't allowed to put it on the air, but it's available on social media. Please learn more facts. Don't try to pretend that this American action movie is developing according to your plan of absolute good and absolute evil.
The Chinese Media Corporation. So, Mr. Stephanopoulos, could you please give the floor to other journalists? So, could you please respect your colleagues? Thank you. The Chinese Media Corporation, Ms. Li Tuntun, Beijing.
Yes, thank you very much. The questions from the CMG CCTV. Actually, recently, we interviewed some of the former officials of the Europe, and they believe that the NATO had promised not to expand eastward of the collapse of the Soviet Union. And they also believe the current sanction against Russia could not solve any problems. But at the moment, we didn't hear any similar remarks from the current officials in Europe and in the United States. So why do you think there are these differences? And we also noticed that the Russian media, including RT and Sputnik News, was blocked in the EU, and fake news and the misinformation all through the social media. So what's your response to this?
Конечно, это уже общеизвестный факт, и это...
Well, it's a well-known fact. We cannot hide it, and this is actually what you have started with. I mean, the assurances given to the Soviet authorities and then to Russian authorities that NATO would not expand eastward, that no part of NATO's military infrastructure would be closer to the Russian borders. And then you have seen what happened next. There were 5 waves of NATO's expansion, and each time the rhetoric of NATO and the plans and the drills have become more purposeful. They targeted Russia, and we have tried to draw the attention to that, but actually we unfortunately did not find the necessary response from the West. NATO doesn't want to alleviate our concerns. It is not for nothing that I have cited the Istanbul Treaty and the Astana Agreement and the assurances given in 2002, when everyone said that no one would ensure the security of one state at the expense of the security of other states, and that no organization in the OSCE had a right to dominate in this very space. And this is what NATO members do not want to fulfill. You have answered a very good question. Why do they need to stick to this very position? I have no other explanation than an obstinate, stubborn desire to retain the dominance in any sphere, and to show to everyone that it is NATO that is dictating the rules in Europe. And by the way, that Mr. Stoltenberg has stated that NATO is responsible for global security, and the fact that NATO is a defensive alliance is just the empty talk. If NATO was a defensive alliance, it should defend itself, should have defended itself, but no one made an offensive. Well, you remember the Berlin Wall, it actually collapsed, so there should be some way to defend itself without the Berlin Wall, and this line of defense is drawn every time, and now it's close to the Russian borders. We explained it on numerous occasions, and Mr. Putin, in his public statements and in his lengthy talks with the Western leaders, explained it in detail and at length, very clearly and unambiguously. And when the West is talking to us in a bilateral format, it seems that the West understands what we mean. But when the Western countries come together, it seems that something happens. It seems that the United States is giving rules, is giving orders, and it's deplorable. We are open for a conversation, and this conversation will start anyway. But what NATO tried to do with Ukraine, well, everyone knows how the coup d'etat happened, and that was the coup d'etat who had not been provoked by anything, because it happened a day after an agreement between the president and the opposition about early elections was signed, and the opposition would win the elections. And the president asked why you needed that coup d'etat. The agreement would be complied with. and Crimea could have still been Ukrainian, if not for the coup d'etat. But under current circumstances, we cannot put up with this threat because Ukraine was always being turned into anti-Russia. It would always be seen as a foothold to make Russia collapse. Well, you remember Mr. Zbigniew Brzezinski, who claimed that Ukraine is nothing without Russia, it's just some regional country, so to say, and Ukraine should be used to undermine Russian interests, Russian influence, the influence on the Russian culture, including, he said that Ukraine should be used to ensure the collapse of the Orthodox Church, and this is what is being done. Mr. Poroshenko has started this, and Mr. Zelensky has kept this going. So once again, we are showing goodwill, but it is impossible and inadmissible to encroach on our interests, creating threats to Russia. We won't allow that to happen. So we're moving to...
Oh, sorry. It's a very short question. Is that how do you evaluate the current situation after talks with Ukraine, and what are the biggest challenges for the further talks? Thank you.
Ну, я не могу сейчас оценивать ситуацию.
Well, I cannot evaluate the situation. The negotiations hasn't started yet. They are about to begin. I believe that the head of the delegation will make an announcement after the negotiations are over. So Paris here, Frank Perelman, France 24.
Mark Perlman with France 24 here. On the diplomatic stage, Russia is very isolated. There was a vote at the United Nations General Assembly. Only 4 countries voted with Russia against a resolution urging Russia to immediately stop its military operations. NATO is probably as united as it's ever been since the fall of the Soviet Union. So diplomatically, it's a fiasco for Russia, isn't it?
Вы знаете, но это вам судить. Я не могу судить о...
Well, it's for you to judge about that. I cannot say that, but I'm sure that it is a very bad thing that people die. We are not talking about a diplomatic fiasco, about a diplomatic failure. I'm thinking about the diplomatic talents of the West. The conflict claimed thousands of people, actually 14,000 people died over those years, 8 years of the war in Donbass, and not a single mass media outlet from the West thought to go to Donbass and have a look how people lived there, the people who have been claimed terrorists by Ukraine, but they attacked no one, and still Ukraine claimed them to be terrorists, and Western mass media outlets could have looked at how schools and kindergartens are destroyed, residential areas are shelled, terrorist attacks are committed. So if you choose to believe that if the West says so, it is indeed so, and if the fact that the Western media and politicians kept silence for 8 years, trying to jeopardize the Minsk agreements when the Ukrainian regime did not honor its obligations under the Minsk agreements. So all those 8 years of silence, if you believe that this is a diplomatic triumph, well, you have a right to think so. You represent the free media. But if you believe that Russia has decided to protect, to uphold its own interests, and NATO is as united as ever, as you said, well, NATO actually has trying to find a sense to exist, raison d'être, and there was Afghanistan that NATO had left, and there was no excuse to get together and control all the alliances. What Mr. Macron is saying about the strategic independence, the United States has shown what this independence means. This is the triumph of the United States, and this is not for me to say who will suffer from the diplomatic fiasco in this case. And as for the arithmetic that you've mentioned, we know very well the methods used by the Western colleagues to achieve these results. This is an outright blackmail, twisting of the arms. The West tells all other countries to vote as we say, to vote, reminding who has assets in the West, whose children study in the West. I know it very well since friends of mine tell me that they are under this pressure, and they say they cannot vote otherwise because it is actually it is what the well-being of my family depends on. This is the methods that the West has used, but truth will prevail. And once again, I would like to remind you to head over to the website of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which shows the facts, what the Ukrainian militants did in Donbass, what atrocities it has committed. We do not feel isolated diplomatically, you mean? You see, thank you very much.
Mr. Lavrov, as a second question, is the plan to bring back Viktor Yanukovych in power in Kiev? Is this the end game for Russia?
Ну, вы опять задаете вопрос, который показывает, что вы совершенно пришли на интервью, даже не почитали то, что говорил президент Путин, да и я говорил неоднократно.
Well, actually, the question of the future of Ukraine and the question of who will lead Ukraine is something that the Ukrainian people should decide. And I'm talking about different nationalities and ethnicities of Ukraine.
Thank you, Katya Newman, United Kingdom.
I wanted to ask you about Polina Zapadinskaya. She was in her final year of primary school. She was shot dead by the Russians as she was in her family car in Kiev on Saturday. Mr. Lavrov, I know you have a daughter yourself. I want you to look me in the eye and just tell me, how do you sleep at night knowing that Russian bombs and bullets are killing children?
I cannot say anything to add up on what I have already said. Any human life is precious. All hostilities, unfortunately, result in casualties among servicemen and civilians. Our troops that participate in the special operation have a strict order to use high-precision weapons to render inoperable the military infrastructure, facilities, and in the dorms of the Ukrainian soldiers. They are no target to strikes. I can only render condolences to all those who lost.
High precision is used, but hundreds of civilians have reportedly already died. This is now being investigated by the International Criminal Court. I wonder if you personally are preparing your defense in a war crimes tribunal.
Я понимаю ваше желание такие острые вопросы задавать.
I know your desire to ask those tricky and sharp questions, and you will incite your audience. I know that this is your job. It's not about mass media, but rather about being a tool of hammering it into people's mind the exact things that the Western leaders need. Once again, I reiterate, I don't justify any action that leads to the losses in civilians, but the collateral damage, coinage was not invented by us, but by our Western colleagues during their reckless undertakings in Iraq and other countries before that, in Latin America, in Libya. Have you ever tried applying this emotional zeal, same degree of emotional zeal, when hundreds of thousands of civilians lost their lives in Iraq or Libya or Syria? I can see that you're asking rhetoric questions.
You started this war. Polina's blood is on your hands, isn't it, Mr. Lavrov?
Я не стал бы.
You know, I wouldn't play these games. You are now speaking as a talk show host. If you want to know my position, I have made it clear in every detail, inter alia, with respect to the humanitarian aspects of the operation. But you know, I know that you will provide the coverage that you need. But just probably any correspondent has a conscience, even if he or she is taking an order from someone. Just recall how you behaved for 7 to 8 years when thousands of boys and girls and old people were killed in Donbass by the Ukrainian regime. Please visit our website. I really wouldn't like to take your time to indulge in many hours of enlisting the details. And if you are preoccupied by the humanitarian after effects of the hostilities, please study these pages that we have on the websites. Thank you. We'll move to the next journalist. Associated Press, United States, Harriet Morris. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Lavrov. Russia has officially lost 500 soldiers in just 1 week of fighting, and other estimates are much, much higher. At this rate, we're looking at one of the most costly campaigns in recent Russian history, far deadlier than Afghanistan and Chechnya, for example. The official message was that Russians would be welcomed with open arms and that the Ukrainian army would lay down its weapons. What has gone wrong?
Ну, вы знаете, это опять...
You know, this is your opinionated view, your subjective view. There are losses, as always happens during such operations. Well, speaking about that, it is not as planned. I'm not sure. I doubt that you know what plans we had, that they were sensitive, they were secret, and they underlie what our group of troops has been doing to take the orders by the President of Russia. But this cannot be unhinged from all what happened before, all those 30 years of developments between Russia and the West, and the relations between the West and the rest of the world, and what the United States did. And Putin said that the threat is now on our border, at our border. It has arrived there, and we had data, and we have data that the Pentagon is preoccupied about the chemical and biological installations in Ukraine, because Pentagon built 2 biological war labs, and they have been developing pathogens there in Kiev and in Odessa, and now they are concerned that they may lose control over these labs. And you know what it may be like in future, and Americans decline flatly and resolutely to start a inspection mechanism as part of the Convention for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, and they build new chemical and biological facilities all across Russian borders. And you know, many other developments happened. The CIA has been on the ground in droves, and they have been training the Ukrainian army not to wage a war with Poland, apparently. And when developments in Iraq happened, when the United States claimed it was a threat to the US national security, did anyone ask back then why the United States decided to bring a territory 10,000 kilometers away from the American coasts to order? Because the US is a great power, but when Russia says that there is a threat to us, they start telling us that there is not a threat at all. But, we will decide what is needed to provide for our security. When it's just close and next to our borders, we will not go 10,000 kilometers away to assert our rules and orders. It is, a forced decision because we were not taken into account, and they lied to us starting from 1990 or 1991. So at a certain point, I think we'll have to come to terms. But that is to be done basing on the universal comprehensive rules of not strengthening one's security at the expense of others and not aspiring to dominate. It must be equitable and equal partnership, and our Western colleagues are not ready for that, and they are now pretending to be the absolute good with their gross violation of all possible diplomatic means, compelling small and mid-sized countries to act as they are ordered. That happened before in the global history on many occasions. So I would not to forestall assessments. And there is an operation with the clear-cut goals of demilitarizing Ukraine and heading off and precluding deploying any arms that would be a threat to Russia, and denazifying Ukraine, because no one cancelled the verdicts of the Nuremberg trial, and definitely providing guarantees for Ukraine without their adhesion to Nato and accession to Nato. And the president has said that we're ready to talk about the guarantees of Ukraine, Europe, and the rest of the world, and the Russian Federation definitely. We're now heading to Paris once again. TF1, Darius Rojben.
Okay. Can I have my second question? Just to follow on from what you just said there about the Russian demands. You said yesterday that Russia isn't looking for Ukrainian capitulation. Are you now prepared to deal with Ukrainian President Zelensky? And what exactly does he need to agree to stop the fighting? Are you looking to take control of the whole of Ukraine before talks make any kind of progress? And does that mean the full destruction of the Ukrainian army?
No,
that does not mean what you have emotionally been saying now. I try to explain things, and the questions I receive are as if no one listens. We are ready for talks. And when President Zelensky asked for talks, President Putin immediately agreed and sent a delegation. Then Zelensky changed his mind. Probably the Americans told him not to be in a hurry. Afterwards, they said, okay, we would come, but later they postponed by one day, and our team waited them there, and the talks took place. And our negotiations position is known to the Ukrainian colleagues, and they promised to come up with their position for this round of talks. We are ready to negotiate, but we will continue the operation because we cannot allow to see that the military infrastructure in Ukraine that is a threat to Russia is untouched, and the demilitarization will be finalized and concluded. Even if we strike the peace accord, it is to have this point anyway. We're heading to Paris. Darius Rojben, TF1.
Yes. Monsieur le Ministre, merci. Emmanuel Macron and Vladimir Putin are frequently in touch. Do you think President Macron and France have a special role to play for a diplomatic solution?
Ну, вы знаете, президент Макрон и Франция...
You know, President Macron and France
посредничества в различных конфликтах, мы помним президента...
have had a long track record of negotiating and brokering. We can recall the presidency of Mr. Sarkozy when he tried to settle things and sort out things that started with the criminal order by President Saakashvili to start that operation. And we know that the Normandy format was also established with the participation and brokerage of France. Those accords were a very meaningful step for those efforts, but it ended up in nothing. And after it was approved by the UN Security Council, neither France nor Germany did anything to compel Ukraine to honor those agreements. On the contrary, they started saying that it's not the Ukraine but the Russian Federation that is to comply with those agreements, and that there should not be any direct dialogue between Kiev on the one side and Donetsk and Luhansk on the other, because it is all pretenses, and the Russian Federation is to blame. We tried to bring our French and German partners to reason, showing them the texts of the Minsk set of measures and the UN Security Council resolutions saying that all the key issues must be coordinated with Donetsk and Luhansk, but it was of no avail. And I mentioned already the fact that President Macron has been coming up with initiatives, and we talked with the French side, and not long ago he paid a visit, and they talked over the phone with President Putin, and currently, if I'm not mistaken, there is another phone conversation ongoing between them. We would definitely be happy if in this case, this time, France helps reach proper accords that would rely on the OSCE-backed principles and be in conformity with international relations by and large. But when President Macron has stated today, and I have quoted that, saying that the statements about the rampant neo-Nazism in Ukraine is a lies, that is so bizarre. Unless we see how similar things that are happening in Ukraine now towards Jews and Russians, and how aggressive the statements that are made in the torture processions, and many just physical crimes in Donbass, Centralia. And when the German Chancellor Scholz, who is France's partner for the Normandy format, said it was ridiculous to say that there are signs of genocide in Ukraine, from the mouth of a German top representative. That is a deplorable thing to hear if our German colleagues don't recognize these manifestations. And not long ago, Chancellor Scholz said that the situation in Europe is very grave, and we haven't seen that for 75 years. Now, just recall the bombings of Yugoslavia. It is in oblivion. It is forgotten by the German colleagues. No matter where we head with our discussion, we see the double standards and this absolute good that our American colleagues champion for, with your help, means that you are allowed to do anything. You may pronounce verdicts when you believe it is appropriate, and you may silence and hush down things that you dislike because the West and the United States are involved. Definitely there is solidarity between you, but this is definitely a blow to the international affairs. It is kind of dictatorship. This is what you are trying to assert on us. No democracy, no equality, no brotherhood.
But once again, the efforts of mediation is something that we welcome, and President Putin explained on numerous occasions to him what the solutions of the current problem can look like, and if President Macron can convince President Zelensky so that he wouldn't go from NATO to the EU, and then...
question, Mr. Minister. Please.
Yes, please.
The European Union gives weapons to Ukraine. Do you consider it's an act of war? And do you think there is a risk of slipping into a nuclear war?
Я уже говорил про ядерную войну, и вот видите, не мы начинаем.
Well, I have already said a few words about the nuclear war, and it is not Russia who that begins such talks. And Mr. Ledrian reminded Mr. Putin that France does have nuclear weapons, and Mr. Stoltenberg said about that, and he said that NATO would bring nuclear weapons closer to Russia, and Ms. Truss said that Britain was ready to wage war with Russia. You are trying to use these talks to accuse us once again, but the topic of the Third World War or nuclear war is not floated by Russia. It is used to put pressure on the public in the West to keep the Russophobic sentiments alive. And you go as far as a Russian is abroad is under aggression. Students are expelled. Athletes cannot take part in contests. I have understood what it is. It is unfair competition, so that it would be easier for you to perform in culture, in sports, and in other spheres. It is an unscrupulous action. It is not good, and I hope that you...
There has been a lot of suspense about the second round of talks. First, the place of talk, the day of talk, the time of talk has not yet been clearly mentioned. And initially it was being said that these talks will be held in Belarus, but now there is no confirmation about whether they'll be held here.
Gorenka, a small village on the outskirts of Ukraine's capital, has been left shell-shocked after being caught up in Russia's assault on Kiev. Residents say a Russian plane bombed the village early Wednesday morning, destroying several homes. Unfazed by the sounds of shelling, an elderly resident of the village went on to open the door just before the explosion hit. The door and small parts of the ceiling fell on her, but she survived. Like her, 12 other villagers in Gorenka have been injured and 2 killed since last week's Russian invasion. But the residents of Gorenka are still firm on their stand. They want to live independently. Agency report for Republic TV.
And on the other side of a very short break, we shift our focus back to visuals we're picking up non-stop from Ukraine's capital, Kiev, as the Russian offensive continues. Meanwhile, India denies reports of Indian students being held hostage in Ukraine. We get you more details.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
We're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this will basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastward, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction.
What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the ground. That's just behind me, just behind me. There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps have been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से ये दहला था, वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं, वो हमारी टीम आपको दिखा रही है और हम एकमात्र चैनल हैं जो यहां पर पहुंचे हैं.
This is exactly what happens when a war actually reaches a city, an urban area where you're looking at a large-scale destruction. Look at the condition right now. You look at the condition right now where you see the debris lying all over, really heartbreaking images of what you see, books that are lying all over. You're looking at this kind of destruction which has now reached residential areas. While
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे, तो ये निशाने पर था. इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं. ये देखिए आप, पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है. जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ. उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े. अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है. तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं. लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें.
these flight engineering models that were kept inside. So this is more like a small makeshift factory that has basically come under attack. Clearly this has been destroyed. The impact still remains right now. The situation right now.
Second round of Russia-Ukraine talks to take place today. Venue of the talks likely to be changed. Ukraine claims about 9,000 Russian soldiers have been eliminated in the conflict so far. Russian troops encircle Ukraine's capital. Russian tanks advance towards Kiev Oblast now. Russian warships head towards Mykolaiv region. 10 warships seen off the coast of Mykolaiv. Oil depot hit by Russian shelling in Chernihiv region. 6 fuel tanks catch fire. The Russian offensive in Kharkiv continues. Schools, administrative buildings and civilian areas left damaged. Russian athletes banned from Winter Paralympic Games on the backdrop of the Russian invasion. And Germany to send additional military equipment, 2,700 additional anti-aircraft missiles to be dispatched to Ukraine.
Viewers, we've seen how over the last several weeks and especially the last few days, the West has imposed specific people-to-people sanctions. And one of the objectives of these sanctions has been to crack down on the Russian oligarchs who the West accuses of having aided Putin and having benefited from the corruption in the Russian government. Now the crackdown has begun. This is one of the world's largest super yachts. It's owned by Alisher Usmanov, who is a steel and oil magnate, a Russian 68-year-old multi-billionaire estimated to be worth $16 billion. His boat, the Dilbar, has been seized in Hamburg by German authorities. This yacht is said to have the largest swimming pool on a ship in any sea sailing at this moment, and it has been seized. But this is not the only one. There have been other businessmen, particularly rich Russian businessmen, who have sought action against Putin as well. Some are turning against him. Here is a man called Alex Konyakin, who is an entrepreneur based in the US. Currently, he sought political asylum from Russia. So he's already fled the Russian regime, and he was said to have put a $1 million bounty on Vladimir Putin's head. He has since denied the claim. He says that there is no bounty, but he would love for that to happen, and he would love for Putin to be brought to justice. So this is one other Russian billionaire who is turned against Vladimir Putin. Now, we'll come to the most well-known Russian billionaire of them all. In football circles, you can't talk about Chelsea without speaking about Roman Abramovich. There he is over here. Here he is lifting the Champions League in 2012. Chelsea, incidentally, is also the reigning European champions. And just last night, Roman Abramovich announced that he would be selling the club. He has come under a lot of pressure. He is a London-based billionaire, and he has been discussed in the UK Parliament as well. Under this pressure, he has said that he will sell Chelsea Football Club, and all the net proceeds from the sale he will donate to Ukrainian war victims. And this is a very, very big move in the footballing circles, because since he took over Chelsea, he was the first billionaire to have purchased a big club. After that, many big clubs have been purchased, such as Paris Saint-Germain, such as Manchester City. But Roman Abramovich is known as the big sugar daddy of football, and he is about to sell his club. And this is not all. Before I hand it back, I would just like to tell you that a number of internet services, such as Netflix, such as Spotify, fintech services such as Visa, such as MasterCard, they are no longer offering services. We've just received information that the world's largest spirits manufacturer, Diageo, is going to stop selling its brands in Russia. That includes brands such as Johnny Walker and Smirnoff. And so there are a lot of different curbs that are being placed on the Russian citizens, affecting their population and also their big business leaders. And so that is a point that is starting to drive home right now as the sanctions take effect and the Russian people begin to understand that it's not just their government but also themselves who are being targeted by these sanctions.
अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है। तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं। लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें।
This massive explosion was caught on a CCTV camera at Kiev Central Railway Station.
आप देख पा रहे हैं कि लोग बैग्स लेकर
This is the same location from where Republic Crew reported yesterday.
दिखाएं जहां पे लोग जा रहे हैं.
Reportedly, Russian forces are targeting railway connectivity in new attacks, making it more difficult to evacuate thousands of people attempting to flee the conflict. On Wednesday night, a Russian missile struck near Kiev's southern main railway station, through which thousands of women and children were being evacuated. Satellite images have suggested that the capital of Ukraine is encircled by Russian troops. However, the second round of peace talks between the two countries is scheduled today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Coming up next, close to 6:30 p.m. Indian time, second round of Russia-Ukraine talks to take place today. Republic, the only channel reporting from Ground Zero on the latest. Stay tuned. We also tell you how the Russian troops continue to encircle Ukraine's capital and Russian tanks advance towards Kiev Oblast, getting you more visuals explaining the same. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे, तो ये निशाने पर था। इससे अंदाज़ा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं। ये देखिए आप, पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है। जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ। उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी, और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज़ को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े। अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है। तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं। लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें।
These flight engineering models that were kept inside. So this is more like a small makeshift factory that has basically come under attack. Clearly this has been destroyed. The impact still remains right now. The situation right now is only worsening in central Kiev. At least in most of these areas, what's happening is that multiple explosions are taking place.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
We're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this will basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastward, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction. What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the ground. That's just behind me, just behind me. There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps have been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस
Back with the more visuals we're picking up from Kharkiv once again on your screens, the aftermath of Russian strikes that can be seen very clearly with the Russian offensive on the rise. Kharkiv once again waking up to massive destruction as the Russian missiles hit schools, houses and administrative buildings. Remember, Russia has time and again pointed at the fact that they are only aiming at military targets. They're not aiming at civil infrastructure. But that's far from reality if we go by the visuals we're picking up from ground zero. Once again, explaining in these visuals how residential areas, schools, administrative buildings have come increasingly under the Russian attack. In fact, just a few minutes ago, we heard Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov saying Moscow is ready for talks to end fighting, but will not stop targeting Ukraine military infrastructure. We slip into a very short break here. A lot of breaking news updates and visuals that we continue getting. We'll also get to you in just a bit. Visuals from Mariupol, wherein the epicenter, the building next to it, can be seen set on fire.
This is Ukrainian French teacher Pyotr Vierko. Vierko hails from Gorenka, a small village in northwestern Kiev, which has found itself on the front line of Russia's efforts to take Ukraine's capital. Watch how overnight and into Wednesday, Russian forces bombed the village, destroying several houses. Vierko's home, that he spent 30 years building bit by bit during his summer holidays, was one of the several damaged by the blast. With his windows blown out and snow on the ground, Vierko is set for cold nights ahead. Watch how photos of his family peer out from picture frames around his home. And as Russia continues its offensive against Ukraine, Ukrainians are now staging a tough fight against the aggression, and Vierko is just one of the many. Agency report for Republic TV.
Coming up next, taking you through several claims being made by the Ukrainian side. It says 9,000 Russian soldiers have been eliminated in the conflict so far. And Russian warships head towards Mykolaiv region. 10 warships can be seen off the coast of Mykolaiv. Republic gets you more details. Stay tuned.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
We're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this will basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastwards, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction. What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the ground. Just behind me, just behind me. There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps has been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की, वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से ये दहला था, वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं, वो हमारी टीम आपको दिखा रही है और हम एक ऐसे एकमात्र चैनल हैं जो यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं.
This is exactly what happens when a war actually reaches a city, an urban area where you're looking at a large-scale destruction. Look at the condition right now. You look at the condition right now where you see the debris lying all over, really heartbreaking images of what you see, books that are lying all over. You're looking at this kind of destruction which has now reached the residential areas. While
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे, तो ये निशाने पर था. इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं. ये देखिए आप, पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है. जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ. उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े. अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड
flight engineering models that were kept inside. So this is more like a small makeshift factory that has basically come under attack. Clearly this has been destroyed. The impact still remains right now. The situation right now is only worsening in central Kiev. At least in most of these areas, what's happening is that multiple explosions are taking place.
And let's take a quick check of the headlines here at 4 p.m. Second round of Russia-Ukraine talks to take place today. Venue of the talks likely to be changed. Ukraine claims about 9,000 Russian soldiers have been eliminated in the conflict so far. Russian troops encircle Ukraine's capital. Russian tanks advance towards Kiev Oblast now. Russian warships head towards the Mykolaiv region. 10 warships seen off the coast of Mykolaiv. Oil depot hit by Russian shelling in the Chernihiv region. 6 fuel tanks catch fire. The Russian offensive in Kharkiv continues. Schools, administrative buildings and civilian areas are left damaged. After Russia, Ukraine confirms the capture of Kherson as Russia steps up offensive. Russian soldiers begin missile exercises with the S-400 missile defense system in Novosibirsk. Russian athletes banned from Winter Paralympic Games on the backdrop of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And Germany all set to send military equipment, 2,700 additional anti-aircraft missiles to be dispatched to Ukraine. Up next, viewers, we're also getting some more visuals from the Dnipro region where civilians have been armed to fight the Russians. Remember, the Ukrainian President Zelensky has made it out to be a war of the people and has even asked the civilians to come out on the streets to defend their motherland. And those are the visuals that we're seeing of civilians who have now been armed to fight the Russians. The Russian troop that is in fact escalating their aggressive action and bombarding in the Ukrainian region. And now we see in the Dnipro, where we see civilians have now been armed to fight the Russians. Ankit Prasad also joins me in the Mumbai newsroom. Ankit, we see that the President Zelensky had always called it a war of the people, had appealed to the civilians to come out on the streets to defend their motherland, and that's exactly what we're seeing in those visuals, Ankit.
Absolutely, Priyanka. Since day one, Zelensky has been saying to his people to immediately pick up arms and join in the battle. He has also told them about making Molotov cocktails, but most importantly, they have been distributing weapons that they have bought in from different European countries and allies, and they have been handing them to the civilians. And then that's why we can see in Dnipro, the civilians are putting up a brave front with their weapons before the oncoming Russian advance. It's also very important to note, Priyanka, here we have a visual of a Ukrainian flag being hoisted in one of the cities, that is Busha. And a short while back, we just found out that Kherson, the 3 lakh population city that Russia took over, has been put under enormous guidelines and severe restrictions by the Russian occupying forces. If they want to occupy their city peacefully, their civilians need to maintain a tight curfew. They can only drive their cars in certain periods of the day when there is daylight, and they can also only use their vehicles to ship equipment that is related to home use, that is food and medical supplies. So these are the restrictions that the first major Ukrainian city that has been conquered by Russia has been put under. It is allowed to fly the Ukrainian flag at its city center, but only if it abides by these conditions. And Priyanka, so if that is taken to be the model for Russia's occupation of different cities, then I am afraid that Russia is going to come across many other civilians fully armed and ready to take them on.
Well, yes, Ankit, is also coming in the backdrop of how the Western world has been uniting and wanting to pledge support and military equipment that will be supplied to the civilians as well, who've now taken up arms to defend their motherland. And Ankit, for the moment, thank you.
Bombings, shelling and airstrikes continue for 8th straight day in Ukraine. Take a look at these visuals that show the aftermath of attack near the Kiev railway station by the Russian forces late last night. Republic accessed the footage of the attack, which clearly shows how the bomb was dropped near the railway station and caused destruction. A statement by the Ukraine ministry said that the Ukrainian air defense system brought down the cruise missile of the Russian military, which was intended at one of the control centers of the railway station. With Russian troops laying siege to Kherson, the Ukrainians continue to put a stiff resistance for Kiev and Kharkiv. Agency report for Republic TV.
Up next, viewers, we're getting some more breaking developments as far as the Russia-Ukraine delegation peace talks are concerned. As Russian invasion of Ukraine gets into the second week, Russia and Ukraine will hold further talks today at 5:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, and the talks come amid heavy shelling in prominent Ukrainian cities. Remember, viewers, this also comes hours after Russia had also declared that they have taken over Kherson and several other cities as well. In fact, they have encircled the capital of Ukraine, that is Kiev, and they are in fact coming in from 3 sides, that is north, east and south as well. Shivani Sharma, our colleague on the ground covering this entire meeting that is going on. Let me go across to her. Shivani, what more are you picking up on the ground? The meeting is all set to take place at 5:30 p.m. IST, and we had seen reports of how the former Ukrainian president had also been brought in there, and Russia wanting a regime change. Anything on the ground that you're picking up on those lines?
Priyanka, we are right now at that location where the talks were to be held, but we were waiting since yesterday when it was said that on Wednesday afternoon the talks would be held, and later they got delayed, and now the confirmation is coming that today, if we talk about the local time, the talks would start at 3 p.m. So little over 2 hours from now, the talks would begin. And Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has mentioned that Russia is ready to talk, Russia is ready to negotiate, but Russia will continue its action that's going on inside Ukraine. While we also saw the carcade of the delegates of Russia arriving in Belarus yesterday evening, and we also saw how the whole setup was ready for the talks. But what Sergei Lavrov has now claimed is that Ukraine made Russia wait because Ukraine is working on the directions of US. That's what Sergei Lavrov has to say. And here we'll also tell our viewers that 3 days back, when on 28th of February, the first round of talks were held in Belarus, the talks had continued for 5 long hours and there was no major breakthrough. Since then, Ukraine has maintained that it will negotiate, it will talk, but without any preconditions. They do not want any ultimatums from Russia. They want ceasefire. They want the withdrawal of the troops from Ukraine and various cities. While we have seen that since the talks took place on 28th of February, aggressive action has been seen from Russia's side in various cities of Ukraine, be it Kharkiv, be it Odessa, where the readiness is being seen from the Russian forces. We also see on ground how the forces have been retaliating in Ukraine. So it's not an easy fight for Russia in Ukraine. The forces are retaliating, the civilians are retaliating, they are being given arms and ammunition with the nations of the European front. But yes, on ground we are waiting that how these talks will yield results this day, because everybody wants that there should be a ceasefire. A lot of devastation is happening in terms of human lives. There is a humanitarian crisis that's going on inside Ukraine and the world is getting impacted. On the other side of the border, if we talk about the surrounding European Union nations, the life is getting impacted. Things are just not normal out here. And we are looking at these talks as a major breakthrough that would bring some relief, some respite to the people in Ukraine. Back to you.
Well, yes, Shivani, we have seen how there might be even more second round of talks, in fact, that will take place between the Ukrainian and the Russian delegation. And of course, this comes in the backdrop of how the Western world has united and has also pledged support to Ukraine. We trust you to keep us ahead on that, Shivani, for the moment. Thank you.
As Russian invasion enters day 8, the Russian troops have intensified bombardment of cities amid mounting casualties and streams of refugees pouring out of the country. While Kherson has fallen to Ukraine, bombardment and airstrikes continue in Ukraine's second-largest city, Kharkiv. Take a look at these visuals of how Russian strikes blew the roof off Kharkiv's 5-story regional police building and set the top floor on fire. The State Emergency Service reported more than 2,000 civilians have been killed since the start of the conflict.
The operation began too late. That's Putin's personal mistake. The organization and moral readiness to fight of the Ukrainian military were underestimated.
Meanwhile, anti-war sentiment in Russia has been widespread in Russia. Agency report for Republic TV.
There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
Up next, viewers, we're getting some more breaking images. In fact, amid the Russian invasion of Ukraine, a Ukrainian flag was hoisted over the richly suffering and heroic city of Bucha. This is located in the Kiev Oblast region as well. That is the exact place where we had seen military movement of the Russian troops, and several videos, in fact, that had also been released by the Russian government claiming that there was an aggressive movement of the Russian troops in Kiev. And now there is a lot of show of strength, a war of words that has also broken out. And now these images really goes to tell us how the Ukrainians are also fighting back and trying to claim as Kiev as their own. Christine also joins me on the broadcast. Christine, these visuals really speaking for themselves. Civilians and all the other army men as well of the Ukrainian troops hoisting their flags, trying to say that they are still here to stay and that the Russians have not taken over Kiev yet.
Absolutely. And, this is in continuation, Priyanka, with the visuals we put out just a few minutes ago. Ukrainian civilians who'd taken up arms close to the Dnipro region and essentially going on to once again highlight how they've joined hands with the Ukrainian military in this war against Russia. So we do see these kind of visuals come in once again, a Ukrainian flag flying high, and this is of course the Kiev Oblast region that we're talking about. Now remember, we are continuously emphasizing on 3 major cities along with of course Mariupol, Odessa and other several cities wherein we are seeing a growing influence of Russian troops. Essentially what they're trying to do is encircle all of these big cities. They've already claimed Kherson. Now Kharkiv has also seen a lot of shelling and firing, especially last midnight also we saw how several civilian buildings came under attack, came under missile attack by the Russian troops. So that's essentially been the picture, the overall picture in several of these cities. But yes, time and again we're pointing out towards the fact that the Ukrainian troops, not just the troops, the civilians also have taken up arms, and that of course upon the appeal that was made by the Ukrainian president, who said and assured all of them that they will supply as many arms to all those who want to join hands with the Ukrainian troops in this particular fight. So day 8 and counting, and we do see how the Russian aggression is only escalating by the day, but we do also see a stiff resistance that is being put up by the Ukrainian forces. What one is closely monitoring is the Kiev region. This particular visual that we are talking about is of course from the Kiev Oblast region, but in Kiev we are seeing slowly the Russian troops encircling. There's also a big question mark on why the kilometers long military column of the Russian troops stands tall on the outskirts of Kiev. Now whether or not they're waiting for a signal from Moscow remains to be seen, but this is exactly the sentiment on ground. Ukrainian civilians now taking up arms and waving flags in several such cities across Ukraine.
Well, yes, Christine, and also remember this comes in the backdrop of the very crucial talk between the Ukraine and the Russian delegation, as we also see a long line of convoy outside of Kiev, and as you rightly pointed out, the Russian troops also circling Kiev by the minute.
We have time for 2 last questions. Colleague from Netherlands, please.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Mark Duursma from NRC, the Netherlands, for Mr. Landbergis. Also about regional security and also about the shift that's being announced from deterrence to defense. What exactly does it mean in the practical way? But do you have a concrete wish list for NATO for the meeting tomorrow? Things have set in motion already, but what's the primary thing that has to be done next? And my second question is about the specific situation of Lithuania. Belarus is nearby, but also Kaliningrad. Do you have a good view of what the military situation is in Kaliningrad?
I think that we've covered parts of your first question by answering last question. We do have a specific wish list, but it has to come from, first of all, from the political decision. Secondly, from the planning that is done by NATO planning centers. Let's call it that, and taking into account a specific situation where Baltic states find themselves in. And there are some differences within the countries, and you mentioned one specific element that is unique for Lithuania, is that we have a border with Russia, but to the west. We also do have a border with Belarus to the east, but it's more common practice. So looking into these elements, we think that a very specific strategy has to be applied to the region, but also to Lithuania, due to uniqueness of geography. If I were to mention specifics, but again, it's just taking one element out of the whole strategic approach, I would say that it's air defense. This is probably a number one from our wish list.
I would like to add that at the moment in NATO we are also preparing a new strategic concept, and from our perspective, of course, all these assessments of the new security situation in Europe must be taken into account for long term, and we must reflect all these security problems that we have at the moment in Europe in strategic concept, and also provide permanent means and solutions from NATO long term.
Paskutinis klausimas.
Milda Šeputytė with Bloomberg. A question to Madam Truss. Thousands of people in Ukraine are fleeing to the border, and they need a safe passage. Also, medical supplies need to reach the most vulnerable. What can be done to achieve a humanitarian corridor, and how could this be achieved? Thank you.
Well, you are absolutely right about the dire situation, and the United Kingdom has sent teams to the border to assist, particularly in Poland, but also in other countries facing those issues. I was in Geneva the day before yesterday, meeting the UN and others to talk about making sure a humanitarian corridor is established for the safe passage of aid and humanitarian support.
Of course, we must continue to work towards this goal also at the United Nations level, because for the humanitarian corridors, we need agreement from also from Russia, from Ukraine, for all the fighting sites. And of course, it's extremely difficult as Russia is the member of the United Nations Security Council. But definitely we must continue to have this political pressure at the UN level. And yesterday's decision by United Nations member states to clearly show that Russia is aggressor was a good sign that the international community understands where the problem is. But we need to continue to work at the UN level so that there is another resolution to help to establish this humanitarian corridor in Ukraine for these people there.
Spaudos konferencija. Would you like to add something?
No, thank you.
Spaudos konferencija.
The press conference is over. Thank you for your attention.
Good. Thank you very much.
There has been a lot of suspense about the second round of talks. First, the place of talk, the day of talk, the time of talk has not yet been clearly mentioned. And initially it was being said that these talks will be held in Belarus, but now there is no confirmation about whether they'll be held here.
Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, after Russia, Ukraine confirms the capture of Kherson as Russia steps up offensive. And also bringing you all the updates of how Russian soldiers begin missile exercises with the S-400 missile defense system in Novosibirsk.
There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps have been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की, वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से ये दहला था, वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं, वो हमारी टीम आपको दिखा रही है और हम एकमात्र चैनल हैं जो यहां पर पहुंचे हैं.
This is exactly what happens when a war actually reaches a city, an urban area where you're looking at a large-scale destruction. Look at the condition right now. You look at the condition right now where you see the debris lying all over, really heartbreaking images of what you see, books that are lying all over. You're looking at this kind of destruction which has now reached residential areas. While
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे, तो ये निशाने पर था। इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं। ये देखिए आप, पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है। जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ। उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी, और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े। अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है। तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं। लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें।
these flight engineering models that were kept inside. So this is more like a small makeshift factory that has basically come under attack. Clearly this has been destroyed. The impact still remains right now. The situation right now is only worsening in central Kiev. At least in most of these areas, what's happening is that multiple explosions are taking place.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
All told, these sanctions and restrictions have had a powerful effect on Russia's economy. The value of the ruble has plummeted. The Russian stock market closed as fear of capital flight rose. Interest rates more than doubled. Russia's credit rating has been cut to junk status. The value of President Putin's war fund has vanished. We're also imposing sweeping sanctions on Russia's defense sector. In total, 22 Russian defense-related entities will be designated, including companies that make combat aircraft, infantry fighting vehicles, missiles, unmanned aerial vehicles, electronic warfare systems, the very systems now being used to assault the Ukrainian people, abuse human rights, violate international humanitarian law. We're also imposing export controls on Belarus to hold the Lukashenko regime accountable for being a co-belligerent in President Putin's war of choice.
Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, oil depot hit by Russian shelling in the Chernihiv region. 6 fuel tanks catch fire. And bringing you all the updates of the Russian offensive in Kharkiv continues. School, administrative buildings and civilian areas left damaged. Stay tuned for more updates.
भूल गई? नेक्स्ट वीकेंड का तो प्लान है ना?
तुम पहली जगह तो बुक कर लो।
बुकिंग्स भी कर दी, फोटोज भी भेज दी।
गूंजती धड़कनों से दीवारें हैं।
नाइस।
Not nice. It's beautiful.
आज घर
सेरा, कुछ पल घर के नाम।
Everyone loves shopping, right? Everyone loves a good deal, don't they?
Who doesn't love saving money? Well, we all do.
India, it's time to discover your city and save big on your big spends.
It is time to make better shopping decisions with the Magic Pin app.
Big brand or a local store, going out or home delivery.
Shop for food, fashion, electronics, grocery or even pharmacy and get the best prices on places and on products.
Discover the undiscovered with Republic Media Network Network's new initiative with Magic Pin.
Shop karo, save karo, Magic Pin pe.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
We're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this will basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastward, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction.
What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the ground. That's just behind me, just behind me. There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps have been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की, वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से ये दहला था, वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं, वो हमारी टीम आपको दिखा रही है और हम एकमात्र चैनल हैं जो यहां पर पहुंचे हैं.
This is exactly what happens when a war actually reaches a city, an urban area where you're looking at a large-scale destruction. Look at the condition right now. You look at the condition right now where you see the debris lying all over. Really heartbreaking images of what you see. Books that are lying all over. You're looking at this kind of destruction which has now reached residential areas. While
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे, तो ये निशाने पर था. इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं. ये देखिए आप, पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है. जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ. उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े. अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है. तो
The second round of Russia-Ukraine talks to take place today. The venue of the talks likely to be changed. Ukraine claims about 9,000 Russian soldiers have been eliminated in the conflict so far. The Russian troops encircle Ukraine's capital. Russian tanks advance towards Kiev Oblast now. Russian warships head towards the Mykolaiv region. 10 warships seen off the coast. The oil depot hit by Russian shelling in Chernihiv region. 6 fuel tanks, in fact, catch fire. The Russian offensive in Kharkiv continues. Schools, administrative buildings, and civilian areas left damaged. After Russia, Ukraine confirms the capture of Kherson as Russia steps up offensive. The Russian soldiers begin missile exercises with the S-400 air defense system in Novosibirsk. Russian athletes now banned from Winter Paralympic Games on the backdrop of the Russian invasion. Germany to send military equipment, over 2,700 additional anti-aircraft missiles to be dispatched to Ukraine. And we're starting with some breaking news coming in. Russia has now announced that it is all set to halt the supply of rocket engines to the United States of America. That's the latest update coming in amidst the several number of sanctions that have now been imposed against Russia by several of the Western countries, including the US. Now, Russia has announced that it is all set to halt the supply of rocket engines to the US. We also have my colleague Ankit and Shravan joining us live on this broadcast, going across to Shravan, who's joining us live from Ukraine. Yes, Shravan, certainly a big update coming in of Russia now announcing that they will be halting the supply of the rocket engines to the US.
Well, the battle between the United States and Russia certainly intensifying right from day one. But many would say that right now, as far as the Americans are concerned, how long perhaps will they be firing from the shoulders of innocent Ukrainians? Whether at all this is actually benefiting in America, you take a look at the gas companies, or for that matter, the various trading companies, which is going to directly benefit from the economic sanctions that have been placed by the West. As far as Ukrainians are concerned, undoubtedly they'll have to tilt more towards the West, simply because, remember, in order to fight Russia, perhaps they need larger support, a coalition of countries to come together to support Ukraine. But on the ground, what's really happening? Let me just describe that for our viewers beyond the breaking news that is coming into our newsroom. The fact of the matter is that this is the 8th day of the war, and what we have essentially seen is the valor of the Ukrainian army, the civilians as well as the police, which have been able to thwart the offensive that have come in from the Russian side. Take a look at all the all the cities. Let me just begin by breaking it down for all our viewers. Where exactly are these offensives coming in from, and how exactly is the Ukrainian side really responding to that? Now, starting from eastern Ukraine, where Kharkiv has been pounded, what we have seen is that there have been this battle between Russia and Ukraine, while Russia has already announced that Kharkiv is under their control. The Ukrainian side has rejected such reports, saying that the battle still continues, be it Kharkiv or the other bigger cities. For instance, take a look at what's really happening in and around Kiev. In Kiev Oblast, where there have been several strikes that have taken place in the last 24 hours, specifically speaking in Zotomir, which was an area which did not see attacks beyond 48 hours. But what we have basically seen is that untouched areas are now coming under attack of these missile strikes that have been carried out by Russia. Also, the specialized troops of the Russian army. You're looking at the 14th Corps of the Russian Federation also being brought in, while the Ukrainian are saying that the 14th Corps of the Russian army is trying to regroup because they had lost the momentum after the battle that took place in the northern side, or rather the northern suburb of Kiev, where they were basically pushed back. Take a look at the other areas. Sumy, from where various images have come into our newsrooms, images of tanks that have been destroyed, fighter fighter jets that have been brought down. A Sukhoi 35 that was brought down is what the Ukrainians are claiming at this point in time. This is a claim versus claim at this stage. Very difficult to verify what's really happening. But if I simply put across what the Ministry of Defense has to say as of now, the last update came in around 9 o'clock this morning. Perhaps in a short while from now, post 3 o'clock, another update would come in as far as what's the situation on the ground. The ground offensives have certainly increased, but Ukraine is pointing out that this is the 8th day, over 165 hours of the battle that has taken place. But despite that, most of the bigger cities of Ukraine have still been protected by the Ukrainian army. The place where we are broadcasting right from, we've gone across to various other places, these military enlistment centers, where you would essentially find images of two images, I would say. One of a lot of people gathering here, filling up forms because they want to be part of the territorial defense. Second, you would see Ukrainian flags outside every residence in Ukraine, sending across the support that the civilians do stand with their army, the civilians do stand with their government, and they're essentially trying to say that no matter what kind of threats really are being issued by the Russians, they are willing to fight it out. Take a look at what's really happening down south, because that's one of the most affected areas where the Russian advancement has been quite fast. Be it Mariupol, Odessa, these are places where we have seen the Russians advancing very fast. Perhaps we are not very sure at this stage how difficult it's going to be for the Ukrainians to try and protect those very places, because remember, those are areas which are closer to Crimea. So obviously the kind of advancement that has been made by the Russian troop would be far faster than other regions. But the focus largely remains in the capital city of Ukraine, because if at all Russia today wants to send across a message that Ukraine has now been taken under control of the Russians, then it would certainly be the capital city of Ukraine, which once again, time and again, we have seen the cabinet ministers of Zelensky coming out and speaking to their people, saying that there's nothing to worry because the Ukrainian army has been successful. They've also been able to thwart the advances that have been made by the BTGs, that's the Battalion Tactical Groups of the Russian Federation, which once again, the Ukrainian army is claiming that they've been able to fight them off and safeguard those very areas. Also, another quick update really coming in from a place called Chernihiv, where we've been told that there was an oil depot that caught fire. This was after a missile strike that took place. In fact, there have been casualties that have been reported from there. We're not putting out any numbers right now because we haven't really heard from anyone right now as far as the casualties are concerned. But what we see unfolding before our eyes are also displacement. We've been to several train stations where you would find refugee camps, makeshift camps that have been built, civilians providing food to them. All of that is essentially happening in times where there has been a larger humanitarian crisis that we are really staring at. Because if this really continues for another few days, then you are going to look at multiple other challenges in terms of whether at all there's going to be enough food supply, energy supply, because you are looking at these whether at all houses are going to get that kind of electricity or perhaps be able to keep their houses warm, because these are major concerns. Because not to forget, you are talking about a time when the temperatures are sub-zero. There are times that in various cities the temperature would be minus degrees. So obviously this is going to create more sort of challenges. While it may not look like a very big challenge to many people who are outside Ukraine, but the temperatures do actually play a lot in the minds of many other people, because remember, they've left their homes. They're not in the most comfortable situations right now. Many have to live in bunkers. In fact, we've also witnessed that air raid alerts, sirens that are sounded off very frequently, and they'll have to take refuge in some of those makeshift bunkers. So that's the situation right now that we are really witnessing from Ukraine. But certainly what we are witnessing very frequently is now civilians they've started preparing Molotov cocktails that are being prepared by the civilians. That there are instructions that have been provided by the government as to how to use them, how to prevent the movement of various Russian equipments, artillery that was basically being moved in. So all that put together, Richa, situation still remains very tense in various cities, but we'll have to really wait and watch as to how exactly the Russians perhaps take this challenge further.
In fact, Shravan, we have some more information now coming in as to how the second round of talks between Russia and Ukraine delegates is all set to take place on March 3rd in Belarus, very close to the Polish border. That's the latest updates coming in of a new round of peace talks that will now be held, according to Vladimir Medinsky, who's the assistant to Russian President Vladimir Putin, who has now announced the second round of negotiations that will take place on March 3rd. Amidst the fact that the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in that press briefing stated that the Russian military operations in Ukraine are not going to stop despite the talks on. Shravan.
Well, as far as the talks are concerned, there aren't much hopes that the Ukrainians really have at this point in time. Take a look at some of the speeches that have been made by the president. While he's pinning their hopes that is going to deter the Russians, but they've made it abundantly clear that there can be no preconditions as far as these talks are concerned. Russia, on the other hand, have also been quite hard on the negotiating table with regards to what really do they want, because some reports suggest that they want to bring in a puppet government here in Ukraine, which once again Ukrainians have rejected time and again. They're saying the situation is not like what it was pre-2014, because back in 2014, not to forget the major protests that took place in the heart of Kiev when a pro-Russian government was brought down, and that remains one of the bone of contention as far as this battle is as far as this battle goes. And in days to come, perhaps you would also look at how the sentiment is very different. If many would think that there is a pro-Russian sentiment here in Ukraine, at least that's not what we really sense on the ground. Almost we've clocked over 1,000 kilometers. Cities right from the eastern side to the western side has been covered by the Republic Media Network. Very little. Perhaps we've really not come across any situation where one would say that there is a pro-Russian sentiment that is going to be capitalized by the Russian Federation. So if one actually believes that there is a possibility that if the Russians really come in, if they really invade and they're able to topple the government, the Zelensky government, will they really not face the kind of resistance that they're already facing from the civilians? That's a bigger concern for the Russian Federation. So what's exactly the plan of Russia at this point in time is not very clear, and how exactly are they getting their confidence of thinking that perhaps once they invade there would be some sort of a support for the Ukrainian government. Because if you take a look at what propaganda that has been unleashed by the Russian media is that there is a large section here in Ukraine who would be anti-Zelensky or anti the Ukrainian, the current disposition here. But it really does not look like that. We've not really come across anyone who's been against the government here. In fact, they are saying that this is a fight for freedom. This is a fight to protect their territorial integrity. This is a fight to fight for their territorial sovereignty, and they are not willing to compromise with it. The defense minister here has also gone on record to say that not an inch of their land will be compromised. So the statements that have been made right from day one till now, there is no change in that. There is no conciliatory note that has been struck as yet, Richa. And the fact here is that Ukrainians at this point in time have shown no signs of any surrender. So if the Russians are under the impression that things are really going to change with their invasion, it's very unlikely.
Absolutely. And stay with us, Shravan and Ankit, and we will continue to track what really happens in that second round of talks. But before that, let's play out this 1 minute report first.
This is basically a border town with Donetsk People's Republic controlled territory and Russia. Less than 30 kilometers is Ukraine controlled territory where there is extreme battle going on. That is where these mobilization soldiers are possibly headed.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine has left the population scarred, battered, and weary, forcing them to flee to neighboring countries. As the fighting continues in Ukraine for the 8th consecutive day, The French military has decided to send military hardware to support its troop deployment in Romania as part of NATO's response force. At a French airbase in southern Africa, various military vehicles were loaded onto a Ukrainian cargo plane destined for Romania. The 500 French troops deployed there presently are a part of thousands of soldiers deployed near Ukraine's eastern border by various members of the alliance in countries such as Latvia, Estonia and Romania. Agency report for Republic TV.
Time now for a short break. Coming up next, Russian soldiers begin missile exercises with the S-400 air defense system in Novosibirsk. Meanwhile, Germany to send military equipment, over 2,700 industrial anti-aircraft missiles to be dispatched to Ukraine.
There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps has been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से ये दहला था वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं वो हमारी टीम आपको दिखा रही है और हम एक ऐसे एकमात्र चैनल हैं जो यहां पर पहुंचे हैं.
This is exactly what happens when a war actually reaches a city, an urban area where you're looking at a large-scale destruction. Look at the condition right now. You look at the condition right now where you see the debris lying all over, really heartbreaking images of what you see, books that are lying strewn all over. You're looking at this kind of destruction which has now reached the residential areas. While
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे तो ये निशाने पर था. इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं. ये देखिए आप पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है. जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ. उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े. अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है. तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं. लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें.
these flight engineering models that were kept inside. So this is more like a small makeshift factory that has basically come under attack. Clearly this has been destroyed. The impact still remains right now. The situation right now is only worsening in central Kiev. At least in most of these areas what's happening is that multiple explosions are taking place.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
We're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. what you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by
Welcome back, and we have some more breaking news coming in. Formula One has now decided to completely terminate its contract with the Russian Grand Prix, ending the future of the race. For more on this, let me also now go across to Ankit, joining us live from the Mumbai newsroom. Yes, Ankit, after several of the licensed drivers and racers of the Formula One, Russian specifically, were banned from the British Grand Prix, now we are witnessing the Formula One deciding to completely terminate its contract with Russian Grand Prix. Please share more.
Absolutely, it's absolutely catastrophic for Vladimir Putin specifically, because what has happened is initially this year's race was terminated. It was going to happen in Sochi. It's not going to happen anymore. Now Formula One has cancelled the Russian Grand Prix indefinitely. That means next year, when it was supposed to move to St. Petersburg, that race will not happen. The Russian Grand Prix became a thing in 2014. 2014 is when the first Russian Grand Prix was held, and Vladimir Putin was personally instrumental, it is said, in bringing Formula One to Russia. And then we've had the Sochi Grand Prix that was scheduled for September this year. That is not going to happen. Next year it was going to be moved to St. Petersburg, which is Vladimir Putin's hometown. And now that will not happen, and neither will any other subsequent Russian Grand Prix in the future. This is the latest in a series of sporting sanctions. Football, FIFA has barred Russia from participating in the World Cup in Qatar. Imagine 2018, Russia hosted the World Cup. Russian clubs are not allowed to take part in European Championship competitions, in UEFA competitions as well. Even in martial arts, in Taekwondo and Judo, Vladimir Putin, who is a Taekwondo black belt, has been stripped of his title. In other sports as well, you name the sport, there is a restriction on Russians. In tennis, there is a restriction on Russians. In archery, in athletics, and the biggest of all, we heard today that the Paralympic Games, which are scheduled to be held in Beijing, will no longer allow Russian and Belarusian athletes to take part. The Russian Paralympic body has complained against the decision. It says that barring Paralympians from taking part goes against the Paralympics charter, where sports has to be kept apolitical. But in light of what is going on in Ukraine, I think unanimously sporting bodies are more and more deciding that they do not want Russia and Belarus to take part. And so now the latest we have is Formula One. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Ankit, for getting us that update. Time now for a very short break. Coming up next, the second round of Russia-Ukraine talks to take place today. The venue of the talks has now been decided near the Belarusian-Polish border. Also, the Russian offensive in Kharkiv continues. Schools, administrative buildings and civilian areas left damaged.
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे, तो ये निशाने पर था। इससे अंदाज़ा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं। ये देखिए आप, पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है। जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ। उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी, और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज़ को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े। अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है। तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं। लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें।
these flight engineering models that were kept inside. So this is more like a small makeshift factory that has basically come under attack. Clearly this has been destroyed. The impact still remains right now. The situation right now is only worsening in central Kiev. At least in most of these areas, what's happening is that multiple explosions are taking place.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
We're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this will basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastward, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction. What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the ground. Just behind me, just behind me. There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps have been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से ये दहला था वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं वो हमारी
Second round of Russia-Ukraine talks to take place today. When you likely to be changed? Ukraine claims about 9,000 Russian soldiers have been eliminated in the conflict so far. Russian troops encircle Ukraine's capital. Russian tanks advance towards Kiev Oblast now. Russian warships head towards Mykolaiv region. 10 warships seen off the coast of Mykolaiv. Oil depot hit by Russian shelling in Chernihiv region. 6 fuel tanks catch fire. Russian offensive in Kharkiv continues. Schools, administrative buildings and civilian areas left damaged. After Russia, Ukraine confirms the capture of Kherson as Russia steps up offensive. Russian soldiers begin missile exercises with the S-400 air defense system in Novosibirsk. Russian athletes banned from Winter Paralympic Games on the backdrop of the invasion. And Germany to send military equipment, 2,700 additional anti-aircraft missiles to be dispatched to Ukraine. So we continue our focus once again this evening. Good evening to you viewers. I'm Kritsween on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That's the biggest talking point. We've been staying non-stop on the visuals we've been picking up from across the war-torn nation. The offensive has entered day 8, so we're looking at the second week now, but we're also focusing on the talks that are to take place between Russia and Ukraine. Talks to take place at 5:30 p.m. Indian time, which is about half an hour from now, developments to take place. And Shivani, my colleague, is joining us. She's tracking the talks from the venue. Shivani, you've been keeping an eye out on what's happening. We were to expect some sort of developments on that front yesterday evening itself, but seems like there was a little bit of an uncertainty that came in. But yes, today, in about half an hour from now, we will see the two sides sit on the table and take up the issue once again. What are you picking up from your sources? What's going on there? What is the mood looking like on ground? Kutswin, since yesterday when the talks were scheduled for Wednesday afternoon, it seems that the delays were made, and as Russia has said that Ukraine has been buying time as it has getting directions from United States. That's what the Russian party is claiming. And Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, has also said that the delegation that would be talking once again with the Russian delegation remains the same. So there's no change in the delegation of Ukrainian side, while Russian President Vladimir Putin's aide and the leader of this delegation from Russia's side, Vladimir Medinsky, has said that once again the talks will be led by him, and the Russian delegation has already reached the venue where the talks will be taking place in Belarus, and Ukrainian delegates are also reaching the venue, but the talks were delayed. And as we've seen that what Ukraine has been maintaining regarding these talks is that it doesn't want any conditions, any ultimatums from Russian side. It doesn't want any demand of change in regime in Ukraine from Russian side, as was being demanded by President Vladimir Putin. And here, a while ago, as the talks are scheduled to start in some time from now, what we have also heard from the foreign minister of Russia, that they are ready to talk, they are ready to negotiate, but they will not stop action. And that's what we've been seeing since last 8 days. Each day, the strikes are escalating. There are more and more cities that are being encircled by the Russian army. And Russia is changing its tactics each day, while we also see that Ukraine is equally giving a strong retaliation. It's fighting back strongly in terms of its military power, in terms of its civilians who are participating in this particular war. So a lot of devastation happening, a lot of pictures emerging each day of these attacks and loss of human lives. So everybody is looking up to these talks that are scheduled for today now, already delayed by 1 day and a few hours. And we have to see what these talks will be yielding, because last time when the talks were held on 28th of February, there wasn't much result, because Russia expects Ukraine to stay neutral on the talking table, while Ukraine says that I want no condition, I don't want any ultimatums, because we'll not give even a centimeter of our land territory to Russia. So that's the kind of contradiction which we are seeing on ground, and claims that are being made by Russia and Ukraine. So we have to wait and watch, really, Kutswin, that what these talks are going to yield today. But indeed, all eyes are on these talks, because this is the need of the hour to stop this war machine that's going inside Ukraine right now.
Absolutely. Now, Ukraine says they will not tolerate any kind of ultimatums, but whether or not, when Sergei Lavrov says that he is hoping for solution via talks, does he really mean it, remains to be seen. We'll pick up all those developments and go across to Shivani just a bit. Half an hour from now is when talks will begin to take place. For the moment, quickly playing out a short report on how residents continue fleeing war-hit zones across the country.
Watch how hundreds of people crowded Kharkiv's railway station in a bid to flee Ukraine amid heavy shelling and air attacks by Russian forces. The attempt to flee the war was so dire that Xenia, a mother of 3, said she did not know where trains would take her, but wanted to get on it anyway. As crowds of people gathered in the lobby of the railway station, Xenia was worried about making her way through the jam with the baby. And among the desperate gatherers were Indian students awaiting to leave Kharkiv and return to their country.
Actually, we are from India, and because of the war, we are going.
Where?
To Lviv. Now to Lviv, and from there to any border near Poland, Hungary or Romania, and from there to India.
With Russia intensifying its military offensive and Ukraine hitting back, it is the civilians who are left to bear the brunt of the war. Agency report for Republic TV.
Once again, on to the latest visuals we're picking up from Ukraine. These are dramatic images that have emerged from the war zone, where Ukrainians can once again be seen confronting a Russian tank captain on the streets of Ukraine. Let me quickly on that go across to Group Captain Augustine Vinod, who's joining us on the broadcast this evening. Thank you for speaking to us, Group Captain. Group Captain Vinod, you know, we do see, at least from the last few hours, earlier on we did see the Russian advance slow down in a sense, but last few hours tell a different tale. Russia is gaining ground, it seems, but Ukraine is also putting up a tough fight. We do see these civilians come out on the streets. They're trying to block Ukrainian military vehicles, their tanks. But given the extent of damage that one is seeing on ground, how air raid sirens can be heard, explosions can be heard, bombardments are only intensifying, what do you make of the strategy of the Russians so far? What do you think are they going ahead with? What's their plan A as of now?
And I thank you for this wonderful question, which is why I put the map right behind me. You know, if you see on this side, you see that the river is going across. That splits Ukraine in two halves. One is, that's the Dnieper River. The half which is east of Dnieper, the half which is west of Dnieper. Russia is not interested on the western Dnieper half. It is only interested in the eastern Dnieper half. And in army, the parlance is to get it along a prominent ground feature, which is Dnieper River itself. Now, on my shoulder, you will see Kherson, that is lost. Zaporozhye, lost. Donetsk, lost. Luhansk, lost. Kharkiv, already almost gone. Poltava is almost gone. Chernihiv got lost long ago, and then only Kiev fell. You know the fight that is happening in Sumy. So the eastern Dnieper, Ukraine is completely gone. See, we are Kiev-centric and our news is Kiev-centric, but what is happening in the rear areas, we do not know. For an army to reach Kiev, it has a tail. There is something called the teeth, there's something called the tail. The tail of the army is almost, it depends on the length to which it travels. So for it to reach Kiev, the tail must be extending all the way to Moscow. All kinds of logistics, and so and that too through urban fighting without killing civilian or reducing the collateral damage is where they have reached up to Kiev. How long will Zelensky keep pushing such a massive army? At what cost? Is he ready to raise his entire country to the ground? Because every passing day, in my opinion, is nothing less than a year or a year and a half's work to bring Ukraine back to its glory. And the complete education system east of Kiev is gone, east of Dnieper is gone. Universities which were thriving today are down in rubble. So as Indians, we can only pray that war stops and the massacre stops and our children come back safe. Children east of Dnieper, they have already reached the friendly countries and they're going to come back in no time. I am worried about children who are west of Dnieper, in the Kharkiv, Sumy, Poltava, Zaporozhye region. Zaporozhye children have also moved, I remember a day before, to Kherson and moved south, which was a very good thing to do, and moved into Moldova and moved out from there. Where they've caught the aeroplane and come back. So these are few challenges that as Indians we face, and these are few challenges as the world faces. Now, our burning question is what will happen when they come on talking table once again tomorrow?
Yes.
And if I do,
so you seem to suggest, Group Captain, that they're trying to gain ground on the east of the Dnieper River, and in the latest, after Kherson, Kharkiv and several other cities, they're aiming to encircle Kiev. Now, how much will they succeed in doing so and taking over Kiev remains to be seen. The next few hours extremely crucial. But Group Captain, thank you for sharing that perspective with us.
You're welcome.
As Russian invasion enters day 8, the Russian troops have intensified bombardment of cities amid mounting casualties and streams of refugees pouring out of the country. While Kherson has fallen to Ukraine, bombardment and airstrikes continue in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. Take a look at these visuals of how Russian strikes blew the roof off Kharkiv's 5-story regional police building and set the top floor on fire. The State Emergency Service reported more than 2,000 civilians have been killed since the start of the conflict.
The operation began too late. That's Putin's personal mistake. The organization and moral readiness to fight of the Ukrainian military were underestimated.
Meanwhile, anti-war sentiment in Russia has been widespread in Russia. Agency report for Republic TV.
If you look at the stand,
having launched a missile strike on your television screens, these pictures going on to really explain how these strikes have been carried out on a multi-story residential area in central Chernihiv, resulting to massive destruction. Russian troops launching a missile strike on a multi-story residential area. Once again, a residential area that has been hit by the Russian missile strikes, and Niranjan is also joining us with more details on the same. And that pretty much has been, the overall picture that we've gathered the past few hours. Bombardments, intensified shelling, explosions across Ukraine. Another set of visuals explaining the same. And this time, once again, it's a civilian area, a residential area that has been targeted.
yes. In fact, if we go full frame to that video without the bottom band, you can see the timestamp on it. Let's fire the what we call the small grid, the bottom part, and there's a timestamp on it. If you look at the timestamp, Kritsween, the timestamp shows 12 p.m. this afternoon local time, which is roughly around 3:34 p.m. India time. So this has happened about 1 hour ago. Look at that. Let's go full frame, please, to that. And this is a video that has been posted. And look at that. Yeah, the timestamp shows 12:16 p.m. on the 3rd of March. That's today. And this was a little after 3:30 p.m. India time. So less than 1.5 hours ago is when this video was recorded. And it tells you the story of how the bombardment continues in different parts of Ukraine. Very, very dramatic developments we've also had this evening. You had the video that came in of Russian warships off the coast of Mykolaiv, a Ukrainian port town. And you have this video coming in from Chernihiv, where a missile strike has been caught on camera. I mean, there have been so many videos in the last 8 days. So many videos that have just captured the moment a missile has struck. And it continues even as we broadcast. This evening is 5:15 p.m. In less than 15 minutes, we're expecting the talks to begin, right? Can the talks really go anywhere with this sort of an environment? Because Ukraine has spoken in different voices. The Ukrainian government has asked for ceasefire before talks can happen. Russia not pulling back, saying that they want the original positions to be maintained, what Putin has been asking for. So far, Ukraine has shown absolutely no inclination to do any of that. Now, as far as Russia is concerned, you had Sergei Lavrov speaking about how his country is ready to talk, but they will not stop targeting Ukrainian military. Now, this looks like what looks like a civilian area, but we can't confirm, of course, because we are not, we can't confirm what the target was in this particular case. But this certainly looks like a camera that was mounted on a car when the missile struck. So this is a video that's coming in from Chernihiv on the right of your screen. On the left of your screen, the video that came in of an oil depot on fire. Now these videos both are from Chernihiv. Both the videos from Chernihiv that tells you how Russia is expanding its targets. Certainly not pulling back, because even the Russian foreign minister has said that the Russian delegation has submitted its demands to Ukrainian negotiators earlier this week.
and is now waiting for Kiev's response in talks set for Thursday. Lavrov, the Russian minister, also said that the West was continuously arming Ukraine, training its troops, building up bases, and it's there to turn Ukraine into a bulwark against Russia. Russia, in fact, when he addressed that media interaction this evening, said Ukraine is a threat to its security, forcing it to act. But the kind of actions that are being taken, not really sure whether they are completely military targets that are being hit. This looks like a civilian area, so we can't really be sure from where we are sitting, but of course, these bombings are raising questions. Okay, there are some more breaking news updates that we have. Let's quickly get our viewers up to speed with the details. Putin has had a chat with Macron, the Russian president, speaking to the French president over phone for 90 minutes. It's a 90-minute phone call that was held earlier today, so that's a big breaking news update here on Republic TV. 90-minute call between Putin and Macron. And there are some more breaking news updates that we're getting in. It is reported that Gmail isn't functioning. This is also the Russian media which is reporting that Gmail is not functioning. YouTube is impossible to access. Google services are down in Ukraine, according to local media reports. Now, there was a clampdown we heard on Russian media, but the Russian media is saying the Ukrainians are unable to access either Gmail, and YouTube is almost impossible to access. And this is what the local media reports are suggesting. Also breaking the news of Putin, the Russian president, speaking to Emmanuel Macron, the French president, in what has been a 90-minute phone call. Now, just purely going by what we know so far in the last 8 days, it's been one of Putin's longest phone call with any world leader that has lasted for 90 minutes. Very interesting developments. We're also reporting live from the location where the talks are to happen on the border between Poland and Belarus. We will go across to Shivani, who will be joining us live any minute now. If Group Captain Augustine is still with us, let me get in a quick 2-minute analysis of this targeting. Now, we don't know why Google services are down in Ukraine, but it also could be part of the attempts to target internet connectivity in Ukraine by Russians or pro-Russian forces. We can't presume that could be the case, but that seems to be the case. Let me go across to Group Captain Augustine. Group Captain Augustine, in 2 minutes, if you can give us your analysis of the video that you saw there from Chernihiv from a few hours ago, and second, the developments on the claims of the Russian media.
Like you correctly covered, we have seen umpteen number of, and Republic and your people on the ground. I mean, I keep praying for their well-being. On the ground are doing some exceptional job. I don't think any other news channel has been able to get these kind of visuals that you. I mean, kudos to all of you people on the ground, the boots on the ground. Be that as it may, Chernihiv had already fallen. But if you remember, he said very clearly yesterday, I mean, you covered it as well. From the residential areas, all your intelligence agencies to move out. That was the new message that was given, because most of the intelligence agencies, including the small intelligence pockets like the safe houses, they were operating out of residential areas, hoping for a collateral damage. So that this to me appears to be a targeted attack on a particular intelligence outfit, is what my understanding is. Coming to the other attack on YouTube and other Google services. See, the world, especially the Western world, is already at war with Russia. The moment you apply sanctions, the moment you deprive the other country of certain services, you are at war. It is just that you've not yet taken up arms. Because if you look at the definition of a war, information war, economic war, diplomatic war, they all are war. They are all are actions against Russia. And even then, to me, the world is viewing as Ukraine is holding on to the might of Russia. I am looking at the Russia is holding on to the might of entire European Union, Americas, and other countries put together. So we have to look at it in a larger perspective and not just the map which is right behind me. Yes, the weapons are getting fired at Ukraine. Ukraine is being razed to rubbles, and our children are stuck there. All that is absolutely given. But Russia is facing a huge amount of backlash from many, many countries who have vested interest. So that is something that needs to be looked at, and maybe in times to come, you could cover that. How Russia is facing the complete brunt and getting strategically engulfed, not only physically by NATO, but also the European nations and other nations which have joined this bandwagon, including Taiwan. I mean, I was really surprised that even Taiwan joined the bandwagon for economic sanctions against Russia. I couldn't believe that Taiwan would do it, but it did it. Probably, it came under pressure from US. I don't know. But there's another important thing that we need to understand is the loss of lives that is happening is being underreported is my total understanding. Maybe post-war, we will come to know how many lives have been lost on both sides. But my intelligent guess is the number of Russians who have lost lives could be much
Captain,
more.
yes, getting in
than
another quick report from our ground, and from the ground in about 8 minutes, the talks are about to begin. So we'll have to go across to Shivani as well. I'd like to play the report and go across to Shivani after that.
Bombings, shelling and airstrikes continue for 8th straight day in Ukraine. Take a look at these visuals that show the aftermath of attack near the Kiev railway station by the Russian forces late last night. Republic accessed the footage of the attack, which clearly shows how the bomb was dropped near the railway station and caused destruction. A statement by the Ukraine ministry said that the Ukrainian air defense system brought down the cruise missile of the Russian military, which was intended at one of the control centers of the railway station. With Russian troops laying siege to Kherson, the Ukrainians continue to put a stiff resistance for Kiev and Kharkiv. Agency report for Republic TV.
The Ukrainians are dying and the Americans are making money. Lots of money. Every day, every minute this war continues. The biggest American defense-related manufacturers are seeing their stock prices shoot up billions. Maybe trillions will be made out eventually out of this war. And most of that money will come to the United States of America as innocents like the 21-year-old student from Karnataka are killed in the shelling and the bomb. Europe prepares to spend hundreds of billions in increased defense expenditure. And most of the money will be made by the United States of America, the same country that is pushing the Ukrainians into a prolonged conflict. They will gain as thousands of Ukrainians die. The Americans are loving this war. Do the Americans want this war to never end? Think about it. The world wants to know.
Coming up next, in about 6 minutes from now, the second round of Russia-Ukraine talks to begin. Republic, the only channel reporting from the venue near the Poland border. Stay tuned, we get you all the details. In more news, we're tracking Russian soldiers begin missile exercises with the S-400 air defense system in Novosibirsk.
Viewers, stay with us because we are currently building up to the all-important talks between Russia and Ukraine. They were supposed to happen yesterday. Now they are confirmed to have been taking place today. It will begin at about 5:30 local time, and there is a lot at stake. The Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov earlier said that Russia would not compromise on its very minimal demands. But we'll see how the Ukrainian side responds, and we'll be getting you all the updates.
There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
the fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps has been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की, वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से ये दहला था, वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं, वो हमारी टीम आपको दिखा रही है और हम एक ऐसे एकमात्र चैनल हैं जो यहां पर पहुंचे हैं.
This is exactly what happens when a war actually reaches a city, an urban area where you're looking at a large-scale destruction. Look at the condition right now. You look at the condition right now where you see the debris lying all over, really heartbreaking images of what you see, books that are lying strewn all over. You're looking at this kind of destruction which has now reached residential areas. While
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे, तो ये निशाने पर था. इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं. ये देखिए आप, पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है. जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ. उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े. अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है. तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं. लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें.
these flight engineering models that were kept inside. So this is more like a small makeshift factory that has basically come under attack. Clearly this has been destroyed. The impact still remains right now. The situation right now is only worsening in central Kiev. At least in most of these areas, what's happening is that multiple explosions are taking place.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
You're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this will basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastward, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction.
Second round of Russia-Ukraine talks to take place today. Any minute now, talks to begin. Ukraine claims about 9,000 Russian soldiers have been eliminated in the conflict so far. Russian troops encircle Ukraine's capital. Russian tanks advance towards Kiev Oblast. Russian warships heads towards Mykolaiv region. 10 warships seen off the coast of Mykolaiv. Oil depot hit by Russian shelling in Chernihiv region. 6 fuel tanks catch fire. The Russian offensive in Kharkiv continues. Schools, administrative buildings and civilian areas left damaged. After Russia, Ukraine confirms the capture of Kherson as Russia steps up offensive. Russian soldiers begin missile exercises with the S-400 air defense system in Novosibirsk. Russian athletes banned from Winter Paralympic Games on the backdrop of Russian invasion. And Germany to send military equipment, 2,700 additional anti-aircraft missiles to be dispatched to Ukraine.
And we are starting with some breaking news coming in as the Russian offensive gets into the second week now. Ukrainian city of Mariupol was rocked by heavy bombardment. This is the aftermath of the airstrike that has shook the Mariupol city of Ukraine. And we have seen how the Russian offensive is only getting more and more, in fact, aggressive. We also have information as to how the Mariupol City Council has said that the Russian forces have been constantly and deliberately shelling vital civilian infrastructure at the southern eastern Ukrainian port, leaving it without water, heating or power, and preventing also bringing supplies or evacuation of people as well. These are the latest visuals on our screen right now coming in of the aftermath of the airstrike in Mariupol. In fact, Kritzween is also joining us live on this broadcast. Several images have been coming in as well since morning as we have been reporting and specifically talking about Mariupol as well.
Yes.
And strategically, Niranjan, strategically, it's a very important region, both Mariupol and Kherson. That's exactly why the Russian troops are at it to really encircle these two regions. Kherson, of course, now has been admitted by the Ukrainians as well, is pretty much under the Russian control. But as for Mariupol is concerned, we do see back-to-back shelling and firing taking place on ground in Mariupol as well. Very, very important strategically because this is a port city down on Black Sea coast between Crimea, the region that was annexed by Russia in 2014, and the breakaway regions of Donetsk and Luhansk. Niranjan.
Well, yes, we've been getting different videos from different parts of Ukraine this evening. Hours before the talks could begin, we saw the videos of bombardment in different cities. Now, this is a video from Mariupol, and Mariupol is a town in in the port of Ukraine. And let me also tell you that as of this minute, we don't have a clarity on whether, getting in some more breaking news, in fact, that in Varanasi today, the Prime Minister interacted with students who had returned from Ukraine. These students shared their experiences with the Prime Minister. The students were from Varanasi as well as parts of Uttar Pradesh, as other parts of Uttar Pradesh. Okay, there's a quick breaking that came in. I'm just going through the updates as we get them into our newsroom. Let me also tell you that as far as the talks are concerned, and we were on the talks, we don't have an update. No update on the talks so far. It was scheduled to begin about 5 minutes ago. We are still waiting for any sort of a word that could come in from both sides, both the Russian and the Ukrainian side, or even from Belarus. Let me see if Shivani is live with us. If Shivani is live, we'll try and go across to her. And we will go across to Shivani in just a few minutes. Okay, staying with this video, and the video that came in a few minutes back that showed you a strike in Chernihiv, and that video even had a timestamp that showed 12:15 or 12:16 p.m. local time, about 3.5 hours ago. Now, let's tell you that the bombardments continue, and one of the preconditions, or rather one of the points that Ukraine had put forth, is that the whole point of these talks were to ensure that there is some sort of a ceasefire. But there is no ceasefire. There is no let-up in the bombing, the bombardments and the strikes. So we will have to wait and watch whether there can be some movement on the talks at all. As of this minute, let's also tell you that there is an update coming in, that the Ukrainian delegation flew in choppers for talks with the Russian Federation, an advisor to the head of Zelensky's office is saying. So that's the first update that's coming in. That's the first update that's coming in. The Ukrainian delegation has flown in choppers for talks with the Russian Federation, is what an advisor to the Ukrainian Prime Minister, the Ukrainian President, I beg your pardon, has said. That Zelensky's office. We'll put that out on the screen as well, and we should be able to go across to Shivani anytime now. Again, Ukrainian delegation has left in choppers for talks. We don't know whether this happened right now or whether they have already arrived or whether they just took off. The talks were scheduled to happen at about 5:30 p.m. India time, which is any time now. And we are waiting for a confirmation on whether the talks have happened. We'll get you an update after this quick report.
Eight days into its invasion of Ukraine, Russia intensified its bombardment of cities amid mounting casualties and streams of refugees pouring out of the country. The UN Refugee Agency said that 1 million people have fled Ukraine since Russia's invasion less than a week ago.
In just 7 days, 1 million people have fled Ukraine, uprooted by this senseless war. I have worked in refugee emergencies for almost 40 years, and rarely have I seen an exodus as rapid as this one. Hour by hour, minute by minute, more people are fleeing the terrifying reality of violence.
Amid full-blown attack of Russian troops, a refuge crisis has unfolded in the war-torn nation. Agency report, Republic TV.
And we have some more breaking news coming in. Amid the Russian invasion that still continues, the weapon of mass destruction were now seized in Ukraine's Chernihiv. And these are the latest visuals of the same on our screens right now. Coming in first on Republic of the Ukraine, now seizing Russian weapons. Yes, Niranjan.
Yes, these are some more videos coming in, so we can't confirm the location. Okay, that's Chernihiv, but we can't confirm, exactly what happened in this particular case. But that's a video that's coming in from the war zone in Ukraine. A quick update also that more than 1 million people, or that's 10 lakh people have fled Ukraine following the war that began about 8 days ago in what has been called the swiftest refugee exodus this century. They're calling it the swiftest refugee exodus of this century, saying that 1 million people, that's an Associated Press report that's just come in, and I'm reading from it, that 1 million people have fled Ukraine following Russia's invasion in what is seen as the swiftest refugee exodus this century, as Russian forces pressed assaults on country's second largest city and 2 strategic seaports. The tally the UN Refugee Agency released to the Associated Press was reached Wednesday and amounts to more than 2% of Ukraine's population. So over 2% of Ukraine's population has been forced out of the country within 7 days. Okay, I think there are some pictures that are coming in. Let's go across and get you the pictures of the Prime Minister who interacted with students who returned from Ukraine. Let's play those pictures out, please. Those are pictures of the Prime Minister who met with students who returned from Ukraine. That's PM's interaction with students who returned from Ukraine. And these are students with whom he interacted in Varanasi. The Prime Minister is there on a campaign, and he interacted with students who had returned from Ukraine during the course of his visit to Uttar Pradesh. Now, these students also shared their experiences with the Prime Minister. The students were from Varanasi as well as from other parts of Uttar Pradesh. And he's met them there. And we know that over the last few days, he's had at least 2 conversations with the Russian President, Vladimir Putin. He's spoken twice. And he's expected to speak to more world leaders. That's the Prime Minister who was in battleground Uttar Pradesh on a political campaign and has met students who returned from Ukraine. During his campaign, he's met them, and these were students who were not just from Varanasi, but different parts of Uttar Pradesh. we should be able to get some more details. While we stay with those pictures, we'll try and go across to Abhishek Kapoor as well on the phone line, who should be able to get us some more details of what the Prime Minister has been saying. Meanwhile, we have an update. We'll stay with these pictures. We have some update on the talks. There are reports coming in now that the second round of Russia-Ukraine talks, which are scheduled to start in about 2 hours from now. News update: Russia-Ukraine second round talks in about 2 hours from now. So seems to be a small change in the timing. Earlier scheduled to take place at 5:30 India time, roughly around 7:30 p.m. India time now. And while we get you those updates, that's a picture of the Prime Minister, who is meeting students who returned from Ukraine. Many of them students who are studying medicine in Ukraine and other courses as well. And he's interacted with them on the campaign in Uttar Pradesh. He was there for a political campaign, and he interacted with them a few minutes back. Let's also tell you that the Prime Minister has been in close contact with the Russian government and the Russian president, and the government has been working very closely with countries that are bordering Ukraine as well. As far as the Prime Minister is concerned, in his conversation with Vladimir Putin on Wednesday, that's yesterday, he discussed the situation in eastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, especially where many Indian students were stuck as Russia ramped up its military offensive on key locations. An official statement that was released also said that the two leaders discussed the safe evacuation of Indians from the conflict areas in Ukraine, reviewed the situation especially in Kharkiv, and India also asked Russia to facilitate a safe passage of Indians from various conflict zones after the killing of an Indian student in shelling in Kharkiv on Tuesday. Now, let's tell you that the Prime Minister has been monitoring the evacuation process of these students personally. He's been talking to different ministers, bureaucrats, diplomats involved in this entire process to ensure that every student is brought back. Abhishek Kapoor joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, we have the pictures of the Prime Minister's interaction now, and we know the kind of close role that he's playing in ensuring that these students are brought back. If you have more details, would be good for you to tell our viewers on what happened here.
Niranjan, so as of now, these are pictures, Prime Minister there interacting with these students who have returned from Ukraine in Varanasi, which is obviously his constituency, so more like Member of Parliament than Prime Minister insofar as these people are concerned in the pictures. But we know that the Prime Minister has had 5 top-level meetings, including 2 Cabinet Committee on Security meetings on the Ukraine situation over the last 1 week, and he has spoken to President Putin twice and to President Zelensky, apart from, of course, coordinating the effort, not just about the whole of government, not just with the whole of government approach, where ministers are camping in the capitals west of Kiev to make sure that evacuations are swift and taken care of, but also with community organizations, as we know, we have reported. So I think Prime Minister there, with these pictures, impressing upon the fact or underscoring that the government at the very top is absolutely involved with this humanitarian crisis that some of our citizens have faced. Almost 80% of them already evacuated, some still stuck in Kiev and Kharkiv. And even as evacuation process is on. In fact, as we speak, Niranjan, about a dozen odd flights are bringing more than 3,000 people tonight, and over the next 24 hours, almost bringing the evacuated Indian citizens from Ukraine to 90-95%. Rest of them being brought.
Stay with me. I think at the UNHRC there is a debate that's on, and Russia is speaking. So there could be a headline out of there ahead of the talks at 7:30 p.m. If we could cut across live for a few minutes to that, please.
Свободу украинцев и бороться за их жизнь, во всем потакали и продолжаете потакать преступному режиму в Киеве, стыдливо закрывая глаза на его преступления. Хочу задать вопрос представителям США и Евросоюза, стран Евросоюза. В каких международных правозащитных документах, участниками которых являются ваши страны, написано, что поставка летального оружия способствует спасению человеческих жизней. А это оружие поступает регулярно, и все вы смотрите телевидение, как идет накачка этим оружием киевские вооруженные силы. Или, может быть, вы основываетесь на собственном...
Translation, we'll come back to that. The moment we have a translation, we'll come back to that speech that's from the UNHRC. Let's play out a report, Katrina and Richa, and then we'll get you some more breaking news updates.
According to the State Service of Ukraine for Emergencies, an oil depot in Chernihiv was hit by shelling during an airstrike by Russian troops. Videos from Chernihiv showed clouds of thick black smoke billowing from the oil tanks. The tank group, with a total capacity of 3,000 cubic meter diesel fuel depot, was bombarded. The information about casualties is not clear yet, but this attack will have major environmental consequences for Ukraine, Belarus and the wider region. In the visuals, firefighters and emergency workers could be seen attempting to put out the fire. The 8th day of the Russian invasion has already resulted in more damage to the already suffering cities of Ukraine. Shelling and airstrikes by Russian forces have destroyed many residential areas. Agency report for Republic TV.
Time now for a short break. Coming up next, the second round of Russia-Ukraine talks to take place today. Talks to take place near the Poland border. Meanwhile, the Russian troops encircled Ukraine's capital. Russian tanks advanced towards Kiev Oblast now.
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे, तो ये निशाने पर था। इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं। ये देखिए आप, पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है। जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ। उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी, और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज़ को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े। अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है। तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं। लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें।
These flight engineering models that were kept inside. So this is more like a small makeshift factory that has basically come under attack. Clearly this has been destroyed. The impact still remains right now. The situation right now is only worsening in central Kiev. At least in most of these areas, what's happening is that multiple explosions are taking place.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
You're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this will basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastward, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction. What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the ground. Just behind me, just behind me. There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps have been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से ये दहला था वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं वो हमारी टीम आपको दिखा रही है और हम एक ऐसे एकमात्र चैनल हैं जो यहां पर पहुंचे।
Called the economic war being conducted against Russia. Following its invasion of Ukraine, Maduro has said that he considered the international sanctions against Moscow since the start of the war as crime, and those sanctions include blocking Russia from the SWIFT banking system, closing airspace to Russian aircraft, and severing commercial links as well. Maduro said that Venezuela would continue to trade with its political ally despite the West's hysteria and also craziness. The Ukrainian president, that is Zelensky, gave an upbeat assessment of the war in a video statement and called on Ukrainians to keep up the resistance even further. In the statement, Zelensky claims that 9,000 Russians have been killed over the last 7 days since the invasion started. He referred to those aged between 19 to 20 as unfused children who have been used and told them to go back home with the entire Russian army. Zelensky vowed to drive out the Russian soldiers from cities with his grace. Meanwhile, scores of demonstrators gathered in Istanbul to denounce Turkey's membership to Nato. About 200 people joined the protest organized by the Communist Party of Turkey. Turkey, a NATO country, has criticized Russia's military aggression in Ukraine, but has also been trying to balance its close ties with Ukraine with its interests in not upsetting its fragile economic relationship with Russia. Slipping into a short break, coming up next after Russia now, Ukraine confirms the capture of Kherson as Russia steps up offensive. Meanwhile, Russian soldiers begin missile exercises with S-400 air defense system in Novosibirsk.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
We're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this has basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastward, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction. What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the ground. That's just behind me, just behind me.
There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps have been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से ये दहला था वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं वो हमारी टीम आपको दिखा रही है और हम एक ऐसे एकमात्र चैनल हैं जो यहां पर पहुंचे हैं.
This is exactly what happens when a war actually reaches a city, an urban area where you're looking at a large-scale destruction. Look at the condition right now. You look at the condition right now where you see the debris lying all over. Really heartbreaking images of what you see. Books that are lying all over. You're looking at this kind of destruction which has now reached residential areas. While
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे तो ये निशाने पर था. इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं. ये देखिए आप पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है. जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ. उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े. अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है. तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं. लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें.
these flight engineering models. What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the ground. That's just behind me, just behind me.
Second round of Russia-Ukraine talks to take place today. Talks to take place near the Poland border. Ukraine claims about 9,000 Russian soldiers have been eliminated in the conflict so far. Russian troops encircle Ukraine's capital. Russian tanks advance towards Kiev on blast. Russian warships head towards the Mykolaiv region. 10 warships seen off the coast of Mykolaiv. Oil depot hit by Russian shelling in Chernihiv region. 6 fuel tanks catch fire. Russian offensive in Kharkiv continues. Schools, administrative buildings and civilian areas left damaged. After Russia, Ukraine confirms the capture of Kherson as Russia steps up offensive. Russian soldiers begin missile exercises with the S-400 air defense system in Novosibirsk. Russian athletes banned from Winter Paralympic Games on the backdrop of Russian invasion. And Germany to send military equipment, 2,700 additional anti-aircraft missiles to be dispatched to Ukraine. All right, we cut across to another set of visuals we are picking up from Chernihiv, another powerful explosion that can be seen if we closely go by these visuals. Of course, these videos have been shared by locals in the region. Let's quickly listen into the ambience first up. So you heard the powerful explosion there, and of what we can make of these visuals, at least from this particular angle, is that this is certainly yet another residential area and an explosion right at the back. You can see how smoke is billowing out of that particular building. Now, in Chernihiv, in the last 24 hours alone, we've seen a lot of action unfold. We've seen how an oil depot caught fire. That was because of shelling that took place essentially there. Just a few minutes ago, we broke down details of yet another set of visuals, which did appear to be a residential area indeed. And we did have a timestamp also that indicated that it was from this very afternoon that explosion took place in the residential area in Chernihiv. And yet another missile strike that has been caught on camera, shared by locals in the area in Chernihiv itself. So a lot of dramatic visuals coming in and a lot of action unfold in Chernihiv as well, because we are seeing several such visuals really floating on social media as well, not just from Chernihiv, from Mariupol, Kherson, Kharkiv, Kiev, all of these areas that are coming under attack increasingly by the Russian troops. As opposed to that, we also do see a stiff resistance being put up by the Ukrainian forces. Several visuals that have come to light of in groups and individually Ukrainian civilians who can be seen taking to streets, trying to stop those military vehicles. Niranjan is also joining us. Niranjan, as we keep building up to the talks that are to take place between the two sides, let's say about an hour from now, these kind of visuals continue coming in.
Kritsween, there is a big exclusive that we have with us right now, and I'd like to go across to Shravan. Because he's got exclusive access to a military training center. He's in Ukraine. I'm not going to disclose his location, but he's in Ukraine. We'll just say Shravan is live in Ukraine at a military training center. The only channel. Basically what is happening is Shivani is at the talk center. Shivani, you stay with me. I'm coming to you next, but he's at a military training center in Ukraine. I want to go to him first because he may not get too much time there. You stay in the frame, Shivani, don't move. Shravan, so while other channels are fleeing, right? Republic is sending in more crews. And I want to go across to Shravan. He's at the military training center that's as close as you can get to the real war zone. Shravan.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, not often do you get the kind of access that we've actually got right now. This is one such training center. This is what we have been reporting through the last 48 hours. While I'll ask Ravitji to stay with the visuals, I'll explain what's really happening, because what we are witnessing right now, if at all that the Ukrainian army has been able to push back the Russian troops, that's also because not just of the valor of the Ukrainian army, but also the fact that civilians have come out in full support. It's the civilians like this that you see right now. They are being given the kind of training, weapons training, tactical training. Those trainings are being given to them so that they can also participate and try and help the Ukrainian army. In fact, let me bring in a young gentleman He's George, who's been also given the kind of training. I'll ask Rawatji to come in a while back to George, but stay with the visuals while I bring in George, speak to George and try and understand what's really happening. George, thank you very much for speaking to Republic Media Network. Let me begin by asking you, can you explain it for all our viewers? What's really happening here? What are the kind of training that is given to you? How many people have you seen in the last few days who have come in, who've joined your army, who want to help the army?
Actually, I've seen hundreds and thousands of people who would like to support army and defend our city. And all these guys will be a force to defend our city, Lviv.
So, George, can you tell me what's actually happening right now? Unfortunately, there is a language barrier. I can't understand what your instructor is saying. Tell our viewers what's really happening right now.
This instructor tell us to move inside war zone. Also, he tell us that we shouldn't behave by ourselves and we should form a group. Because when you would like to move in war zone, someone should protect you all the time. So if you're moving first, second one should protect you. Then you signal him like, stop, now you should move, I will protect you.
So, how many days do you all come here for your training? Is there any specified number of days that you have to come here every day starting from 9 o'clock in the morning for getting training, or it's like whoever comes gets themselves registered, comes, gets the training, and then moves out?
I think that it's like introduction training, and other trainings we will have in different places. So basically, it's my first day here.
That's your first day?
Yeah, it's my first day and it was our first training.
Okay.
Another one will be a little bit different about other weapons.
So how was your training like? What were the things that you were taught today?
Hello? I don't get it. It's like...
so what were the things that you were taught today? When you came here, what is it that you learned today?
Basically, they tell us how to move inside war zone. Okay. And other trainings, they tell us how to behave with RPG-7 and other weapons. Also, they told us how to work with the AK-47. Okay. Also, they show us mines, landmines, how to notify them and how to destroy them.
Okay.
Also, they will teach us how to do first medical care.
Okay. So, tell us a little bit more, George, about the difficulties that Ukrainians are facing right now. Many would say that today you are being very successful in this war is because the support that the army is getting from the civilians is getting stronger by the day. What do you have to say
I
about
would
that?
like to say that it's not only by civilians, our all people trying to help how they could, like civilians try to help army, volunteers try to support them with the things, etc. But also the guys in some places that already occupied try to somehow stop tanks. It was like in news when only one guy tried to before the tank, and tried to move them back. Like,
So you would say that almost everyone, your friends and everyone they're not leaving the country. They are all coming here.
All the friends participating. I know, trying to help and do not want to leave. Like volunteers, like soldiers. Also, I have few friends who are now in Kiev, like soldiers.
Okay.
Yeah, and I do not anyone of my friends who lived the country.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about what we are seeing right now? What is this area like? What kind of training do you all get? Or this is your first day, so you may not have an idea what's here.
We won't hear.
Okay.
But as you see, it's for tactical moving.
Okay.
I was in the area like that before, and we.
Can you show, this is the area where you get the tactical training?
Yeah, it looks like an area for tactical training, but we won't hear with the instructor.
Okay.
I just see how it looks like.
Okay.
And
so you are giving weapon training, you are given tactical training, you are given training as to how to navigate when there is a mine around you. All these trainings are given to everyone who comes here.
But it was like they tell us what should we do. They show us the weapons, but we didn't really do anything with the weapon. Like we didn't shoot.
Okay, not yet.
Yeah, not yet. It'll be after.
Can I ask you this question, George? That you are living in times of war. Is there any sense of fear that are there times that you get a little scared of what's really happening, because cities after cities where strikes are happening, missile strikes are happening? Are you scared, George?
Actually, I wasn't scared even in the first day because I believed in our army.
Okay.
And now we see that our army is the best.
So you feel that Ukraine is emerging victorious, despite the kind of. Okay, what about the kind of support? Do you believe that the world has now come in full support of Ukraine, or you still feel that there should be more support that should come in for Ukraine?
Actually, we even didn't expect this full support for all the countries, but one thing that we're waiting for is the closed sky from NATO, because we cannot protect our sky from all the rockets, etc. And we already have 1 million signs for a petition to NATO to help us to close the sky.
I think so. Right now, George, they're taking one more, the kind of weapon training, if I'm not wrong. So, let me also try and tell our viewers as to what's really happening, because we've got access right now. If our producers can also just tell us the images that we are showing right now. In fact, viewers, what you see right now is the kind of training that is imparted in various parts of Ukraine, primarily to the civilians. What you see right now is one of the Ukrainian army soldier who's basically imparting training to the civilians. And what we have witnessed here is that, as you've already seen, George, are you a student, George?
No, I'm not a student.
Not a student, okay. So, but there are several youngsters who are here. There is a huge crowd that you would see right inside. Perhaps it's on the other side where you would essentially see a lot of civilians entering. They've carried with themselves food. They've been staying here since morning. From 9 o'clock onwards is when the training basically begins, and it continues till about 6 o'clock in the evening. What you are witnessing right now is one such program, which is largely seen as the tactical program. So the instructor right now is basically telling how to use one of the weapons, how to move around. As George was pointing out, that how do you move around in an area which is a war zone? So what are the kind of moves that are you supposed to make? And more importantly, they are basically part of a group. The movement that is supposed to be taken when you are moving around in a group. The formation, what you see right now, is basically a teaching of how the formation should take place when a group is basically moving around. So it's pretty much like what an army buddy movement takes place, that every soldier moves around with a buddy. Pretty much like what you see right now is that's exactly what is happening, what we are witnessing before our eyes right now. On the other side, I'll also quickly
the only Indian channel inside a training camp in Ukraine. We'll go back to the pictures the moment we have Shravan back live with us. Many Ukrainian cities have been overrun. Let me go back to Shravan. I think he's live with us again. Shravan, over to you. Lost the phone line once again there with Shravan. We will go back to him the moment we have that connection back. That's Republic TV reporting from inside a military camp where Ukrainians are being trained. So we are inside the camp as civilians line up to pick up arms. The only Indian channel reporting from inside the Ukrainian war zone and also from the venue where the talks are being held. It's as close as you can get to the war zone as we continue to report straight for day number 8. Let's play out a report and we'll go back to Shravan in a bit.
Gorenka, a small village on the outskirts of Ukraine's capital, has been left shell-shocked after being caught up in Russia's assault on Kiev. Residents say a Russian plane bombed the village early Wednesday morning, destroying several homes. Unfazed by the sounds of shelling, an elderly resident of the village went on to open the door just before the explosion hit. The door and small parts of the ceiling fell on her, but she survived. Like her, 12 other villagers in Gorenka have been injured and 2 killed since last week's Russian invasion. But the residents of Gorenka are still firm on their stand. They want to live independently. Agency report for Republic TV.
Shivani joining us live from the location where the talks will be held. Kritzween, she's live there from the venue of the talks. It is at the Poland-Belarus border. It's not Poland, but at the Poland-Belarus border. Venue where talks are being held. Shivani, what's the update? We heard that the talks will be held at 7:30 p.m. local time in about 90 minutes from now, roughly.
Niranjan, let me tell you that the talks have been getting delayed since yesterday afternoon when they were initially supposed to be held in Belarus. And today what we are getting to know that it's by local time, it's 1:45, and the talks will be held little later. And the Russian carcade we saw yesterday was of the Russian delegation that remains the same, that had already arrived the venue. And it kept waiting for the Ukraine delegation that has now left Ukraine through helicopters, and it will be landing shortly to the venue, and then the talks will be taking place. That's what we are getting as the latest update on this. And Russia has been saying and claiming that Ukraine is deliberately delaying the talks. It is getting directions from the United States. It's buying time. It doesn't want to talk without any conditions. And what Ukraine has been maintaining since the very first round of talks is that it doesn't want any kind of ultimatums from Russia on the talking table. It will not accept any demands of change in regime by Russia when the negotiations are on. While Russia has been keeping its point that it wants Ukraine to remain a neutral force, do not involve with Nato as it is harmful for Russia's security, and that's what remains the point from both the sides. And now we'll have to see, like day one on 28th of February when the talks had started and they continued for good about 5 hours. There was not much breakthrough, no results yielded out of those talks. And since then, the attacks have aggravated, Niranjan. We've seen that how from the attacks from Kiev to Kharkiv and now in all the other cities in Odessa, also we are getting some input. Sumy, we've seen multiple pictures of these devastating attacks. So Ukrainians are saying that while the first round of talks were on, the city of Kharkiv was being bombed by Russia, and now also it's continuing to do so. While Russia has made it very clear that it is ready to talk, it's ready to negotiate, but the action that's going on shall continue even though the talks will be on until a ceasefire or until a solution, agreement is found. So now we have to wait and watch that when these talks take place, because there's been a lot of suspense over these talks over last 2 days because the time and the venue has not been made clear from both the sides. But yes, they have been claiming that they are ready to talk. They want to decide through dialogue, but they both have their own prerequisites in terms of their points, their demands on the talking table. And on ground also, when Russia is attacking, Ukraine is retaliating in full force. We have seen the kind of damages Russia is facing when the Ukrainians are holding their grounds. So now we have to see how these talks will yield any result. Will there be a ceasefire as demanded by Ukraine? Will there be a troop withdrawal as demanded by Ukraine? So a little more time to wait and see what happens as the second round of talks resume.
Yes, in fact, we're getting in a picture. Let's put the picture up. I'm just putting the picture up. That's a picture, Kritsveen, that's coming in. In fact, this is a picture of the Ukrainian delegation that has arrived. This is the Ukrainian delegation that is just flown for negotiations with Russia. Negotiations should start in about 2 hours. That is when the picture was tweeted about 1 hour ago. That's the first picture that's come in. We'll just zoom into that. That's the Ukrainian delegation, we are told, that's just taken off from the Ukrainian side in a chopper and expected to land any time in the next 1 hour. And talks will be held in some time from now. So that's the first picture that's come in. We also have a video that's come in of the Gostomel airfield, which was completely destroyed by Russians in their attack. This is just outside of Kiev. We'll play that video out in just a few seconds. This is the first picture that's coming in of the Ukrainian side that's flown out for the talks. 7:30 p.m. India time. They're flying out for the talks. That's a picture of the Ukrainian delegation in a chopper leaving for the talks. Okay, so that's the breaking news update coming in. The first picture, and we also have a video. Kritsveen, I think you can talk about the video while we just cue that video up as well. Kritsveen.
Yeah, we're going to put up that video, footage from Gostomel airfield, as Niranjan has been pointing out as well, and you can once again see in the visuals. We'll put it up in just a bit. The Russian equipment stands destroyed, and similar such visuals that have come in from several other parts. Yeah, there on your television screens, the Russian equipment stands destroyed from the Gostomel airfield. So as we keep up and build up to what's going to take place as far as the peace talks between the two sides are concerned, we continue getting you non-stop visuals, the kind of damage that is not just taking place on the Ukrainian side, but also an equal retaliation that is leading to destruction of the Ukrainian forces, their military equipment, their military vehicles.
Just a small correction. It's not Russian artillery destroyed, but the Ukrainian airfield that is destroyed, and you can see Russian artillery there. I mean, Russian vehicles there. We'll just take that out. It's not Russian artillery destroyed. That's a small correction. It's a small correction. It's not Russian artillery destroyed. It's Russian equipment. Russian equipment that is inside the airport. Russian equipment inside the airport. In fact, this Hostomel airport was attacked on day 1 and 2 of the Russian invasion. That's when you saw those choppers flying in. And those were the choppers that were attacking the Hostomel airport. And that's the first video, in fact, that's come in off that airport. Now we'll play out a report and then we'll come back and we'll get you more details. In fact, Shavan is still at that military camp, so we'll try and go across live to him. I'd like to go across live to him. In a bit, we'll play a 1-minute report and then we will do that.
How hundreds of people crowded Kharkiv's railway station in a bid to flee Ukraine amid heavy shelling and air attacks by Russian forces. The attempt to flee the war was so dire that Xenia, a mother of 3, said she did not know where trains would take her but wanted to get on it anyway. As crowds of people gathered in the lobby of the railway station, Xenia was worried about making her way through the jam with the baby. And among the desperate gatherers were Indian students awaiting to leave Kharkiv and return to their country.
Actually, we are from India, and because of the war, we are going.
Where?
To Lviv. Now to Lviv, and from there to any border near Poland, Hungary or Romania, and from there to India.
With Russia intensifying its military offensive and Ukraine hitting back, it is the civilians who are left to bear the brunt of the war. Agency report for Republic TV.
And on the other side, we get you more details on the claims being made by the Ukrainian forces. They say about 9,000 Russian soldiers have been eliminated so far in the conflict. The Russian troops, on the other hand, are now aiming for capital Kiev as they continue to encircle Ukraine's capital, and Russian tanks can be seen advancing towards Kiev Oblast. We get you more details and non-stop live reports from Ground Zero.
भूल गई? नेक्स्ट वीकेंड का तो प्लान है ना?
तुम पहली जगह तो बुक कर लो।
बुकिंग्स भी कर दी, फोटोज भी भेज दी।
गूंजती धड़कनों से दीवारें हैं।
नाइस।
Not nice. It's beautiful.
आज घर पे
सेरा, कुछ पल घर के नाम।
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे, तो ये निशाने पर था। इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं। ये देखिए आप, पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है। जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ। उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी, और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज़ को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े। अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है। तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं। लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें।
These flight engineering models that were kept inside. So this is more like a small makeshift factory that has basically come under attack. Clearly this has been destroyed. The impact still remains right now. The situation right now is only worsening in central Kiev. At least in most of these areas, what's happening is that multiple explosions are taking place.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
We're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this has basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastward, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction. What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the ground. That's just behind me, just behind me. There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps have been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की, वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था, और धमाके के बाद किस
That's a Republic report coming in from a Ukrainian military camp where Shavan and Ridul are reporting live from. We'll go back to that report, and we'll also build up to the talks at the Poland-Belarus border that is expected to begin in a short while from now. Let's play out a report. Let's play out a report right now. And after playing out that report, we will come back and get you some more breaking news updates. Republic TV is live. In fact, we're inside the military camp. We're not disclosing the locations for now. And we will be able to get you a live report. Shavan and Ridul are there, where Ukrainian citizens are also picking up arms to defend their country. And we are staying with these pictures. We'll go back and play that report. In fact, we'll cut that entire sequence when Shavan was live, and we will play that out once again. And Shavan and Ridul are inside a camp in Ukraine where serving Ukrainian military personnel are training civilians. Let's play that report out.
You get the kind of access that we've actually got right now. This is one such training center. This is what we have been reporting through the last 48 hours. While I'll ask Raviji to stay with the visuals, I'll explain what's really happening, because what we are witnessing right now, if at all that the Ukrainian army has been able to push back the Russian troops, that's also because not just of the valor of the Ukrainian army, but also the fact that civilians have come out in full support. It's the civilians like this that you see right now. They are being given the kind of training, weapons training, tactical training. Those trainings are being given to them so that they can also participate and try and help the Ukrainian army. In fact, let me bring in a young gentleman. He's George, who's been also given the kind of training. I'll ask Rawatji to come in a while back to George, but stay with the visuals while I bring in George, speak to George and try and understand what's really happening. George, thank you very much for speaking to Republic Media Network. Let me begin by asking you, can you explain it for all our viewers? What's really happening here? What are the kind of training that is given to you? How many people have you seen in the last few days who've come in, who've joined your army, who want to help the army?
Actually, I've seen hundreds and thousands of people who would like to support army and defend our city. And all these guys will be a force to defend our city, Lviv.
So, George, can you tell me what's actually happening right now? Unfortunately, there is a language barrier. I can't understand what your instructor is saying. Tell our viewers what's really happening right now.
In this instructor tell us to move inside war zone. Also, he tell us that we shouldn't behave by ourselves and we should form a group. Because when you would like to move in war zone, someone should protect you all the time. So if you're moving first, second one should protect you. Then you signal him like, stop, now you should move, I will protect you.
So, how many days do you all come here for your training? Is there any specified number of days that you have to come here every day starting from 9 o'clock in the morning for getting training? Or it's like whoever comes, gets themselves registered, comes, gets the training and then moves out?
I think that it's like introduction training, and other trainings we will have in different places. So basically it's my first day here.
That's your first day?
Yeah, it's my first day and it was our first training.
Okay.
Another one will be a little bit different about other weapons.
Well, in fact, we are coming to you live right now from a territorial defense unit in Ukraine. We're not going to disclose the location from where we are getting you these live images while a training is basically underway. What you see just behind me is a group of civilians here in Ukraine who are now basically being given that kind of training. What you see is weapon training that would be given to them. Right now, we are standing in the area which is largely known as the tactical training session, in which the civilians here, they would be taught as to how to move around in a war zone. On my right hand side is a a dummy kind of a situation that is created. What you look at, these are some houses, some obstacles that have been created so that they can move it around, and they are all basically taught how to use these weapons. You see, there are sort of dummy weapons that has been kept here. They would be using these very weapons, dummy weapons that would be used in a short while from now, and the instructor from the Ukrainian army would be basically be teaching them how to use these weapons and move around in groups, because one lesson that they are being taught right now is that how exactly would they be moving around in an area where there has been gunfiring that is going on. And this has also come into practical use. What you have witnessed is street fighting in various parts of Ukraine, and it is the civilians who are now being manning the checkpoints while they're being told how exactly to be there at the checkpoint, who are the people that they are supposed to check, and how should the checking take place, and in case they come across any sort of a Russian, what they call the Russian agent, what should be their first reaction, and if there is a first shot of gunfiring that takes place, how exactly will they be responding. So right now what you are seeing is roughly about 30 to 40 who are being given this training. I'll ask Rawatji to come along with me, and I'll take you to the other side where the training is going to take place. Now they're going to move from here. They go to the other wing. This territorial defense unit is divided into multiple wings. We started off with the tactical part. Let's try and move towards the other area where they would essentially be given the training. That training would be about, if they come across an area where there are mines that have been laid, those mines that have been laid, how exactly would they be navigating? That's on the other side. I'll also tell our producers to just give me 30 seconds so that I can show you that image, and then I'll toss it back to the studio. Just 30 seconds more, because I want to show you the number of people who have gathered right now. Take a look at this. Take a look at on the other side. We'll stand from here because we have been told to be from a report from a distance, because remember this is also going to be a sensitive area given the fact that the location should not be disclosed. I'll ask Rawatji to come here and then show you, perhaps zoom in and take a look at that. So on the left hand side is the medical side, the medical center, in what is the kind of first aid that should be provided if anyone is injured, and on the right hand side is where they would be given training as far as navigating mines in this particular building closer to us right now is where the arms training is given. However, that's an electronic arms training that is given, not really using real weapons. So in a short while from now, we would be entering there and also get you live images. For the first time, any global channel has been given the kind of access that we have been given inside one such territorial defense unit.
Thank you for that, Shravan. Shravan is inside a military camp in Ukraine, and Republic TV getting you access to where Indian channels will not get or can never go. And we're getting you those live pictures. He was inside a military training camp in Ukraine as we count down to the talks in the Poland-Belarus border. A little after 7:30 p.m. is when the talks are expected to begin. And while we stay on those talks and those pictures, let's tell you that Shivani is also at the venue. If she's live with us, we'll go across to her and get in a quick update. We have some videos and more pictures coming in. In fact, we saw a picture of the Ukrainian delegation leaving on a chopper. We'll get you those pictures and some more videos from the war zone in just a few seconds.
Amid Russia-Ukraine war, the Pentagon announced it is postponing a nuclear missile test launch scheduled for this week.
Last weekend, as you saw, President Putin directed a special alert of Russian nuclear forces. Now, in this time of heightened tensions, the United States and other members of the international community rightly saw this as a dangerous and irresponsible, and as I've said before, an unnecessary step. Both the United States and Russia have long agreed that nuclear employment could have devastating consequences.
Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby said that the decision to delay the test of the intercontinental ballistic missile was made by Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. Kirby has also asserted that US did not put its nuclear forces on higher alert in response to Putin's move. Agency report for Republic TV.
You're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals or medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this has basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastwards, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction.
Taking a short break now, coming back and telling you more about what's expected in the Belarus border where talks are going to happen. Also, Russia advancing towards Kiev. The Russian Defense Ministry has put out a video showing their advancement through the Syrian region of Kiev. The city of Kherson has been captured in Ukraine. Even the Ukrainian government admits that it's beyond their control there now.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
You're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this has basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastwards, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction. What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the ground. That's just behind me, just behind me. There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps have been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से ये दहला था वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं वो हमारी टीम आपको दिखा रही है और हम एक ऐसे एकमात्र चैनल हैं जो यहां पर पहुंचे हैं.
This is exactly what happens when a war actually reaches a city, an urban area where you're looking at a large-scale destruction. Look at the condition right now. You look at the condition right now where you see the debris lying all over, really heartbreaking images of what you see, books that are lying all over. You're looking at this kind of destruction which has now reached residential areas. While
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे तो ये निशाने पर था. इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं. ये देखिए आप पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है. जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ। उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहां पर बढ़े। अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है। तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं। लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें।
The Ukrainians are dying and the Americans are making money, lots of money. Every day, every minute this war continues. The biggest American defense-related manufacturers are seeing their stock prices shoot up billions. Maybe trillions will be made out eventually out of this war. And most of that money will come to the United States of America as innocents like the 21-year-olds too from Karnataka are killed in the shelling and the bomb. Europe prepares to spend hundreds of billions in increased defense expenditure. And most of the money will be made by the United States of America, the same country that is pushing the Ukrainians into a prolonged conflict. They will gain as thousands of Ukrainians die. The Americans are loving this war. Do the Americans want this war to never end? Think about it. The world wants to know.
मतलब देश है, उनके यहाँ सिक्योरिटी वो दे रहे हैं, पर ये सिर्फ अभी तक कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं आया है। हम चाहेंगे कि जल्दी से जल्दी वहां से निकाल लें। 3 जगह थी पर ऐसा हुआ, भारतीय सब हो सकता है एक साथ ही सोचते हैं, सब वहीं पहुंच गए। सब पेशोचिन नहीं है। हमें तो किसी ने बताया नहीं कि हम मेदुलिजिकोव या वो बाबाई में गए हैं। अब कोई है तो बताएगा, बस हमें मालूम है कि हजार के करीब लोग वहीं हैं। यू मेंशन्ड आकांक्षा, राइट? 2 questions. I didn't understand both of them very well, to be honest. On SWIFT or sanctions, as I have said, let us see the fine print. Let's see it, what exactly is happening. Then we will know how much it impacts us. As I have said, it's not a sanction related to us. It's another country. If and how it impacts us, then we will see. I have nothing to say at this point. And the other thing is, has the abstention led to a response? I'm not sure. We take a position based on various factors and the overall totality of circumstances, as Foreign Secretary explained a couple of days ago. And we have been stating why we have voted in a certain way, our explanations of vote. I don't think there is anything further I can add to that. Aapne zikr, before that, Siddhant, I'll take yours quickly before that. War was stopped, again, is the language that I am not. We were told this is the way to get our citizens out. I'll limit myself to that. Whether the war was stopped, not stopped, who stopped it, I'm not getting into that. 20,000 was our estimate because from registration. Clearly, if 18,000 have come out, and we estimate at least a couple of thousand there, because as I said, 1,000 are sitting in Pishochin, and there are some people in Sumy, there are some in Kharkiv, there's some more on the western side. So clearly, people didn't register. So we estimated this, and I think there will be some more people who will certainly pop up, and we will certainly bring them back. Just because they didn't register doesn't mean we will leave them back. Let me emphasize that. और आखिरी प्रश्न जो मेरे टेक्निकली दायरे में नहीं है, देखिए संसदीय मामला पार्लियामेंट्री कंसल्टेटिव कमेटी के बारे में आई थिंक आप जिक्र कर रहे थे, और जयशंकर जी एक्सटर्नल अफेयर विदेश मंत्री ने कहा, उन्होंने ट्वीट कहा कि क्या हुआ है। अब ये गोपनीय तो नहीं, पर इसमें प्रिविलेजेस की बात होती है, उसमें क्या हुआ मैं इसमें बारे में नहीं कह सकता हूं। पर उन्होंने जैसे उसके बाद कहा, मीटिंग के बैठक के बाद कहा कि पूरे देश एकत्रित है इसी इश्यू पे, एक ही भावना से चाहते हैं कि सब लोग हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को वहां से आ जाएं सही सलामत जितनी जल्दी हो सके। बस यही कॉमन पोजीशन आई थिंक उन्होंने कहा है, और इसके अलावा मैं कुछ कह नहीं पाऊंगा। ओके, आई थिंक दैट इज अ लॉन्ग वन। थैंक यू वेरी मच, रियली। Sorry, my apologies. I heard that. I wish I could give you a timeline. 18,000 almost are done. So now it's not a question. As I said, we'll have enough flights. Those who are outside Ukraine's border will be brought back. A lot of flights are being put in. Next 2, 3, 4 days, you will see it going on. But it's very difficult to estimate if somebody is in a war zone, a conflict zone, can't come out. I say 2 days and it doesn't happen. Look, so let's not speculate. This is not an area. This is serious stuff. Their lives maybe, they are suffering. They're in. We will try to get them out as soon as possible. We are making all efforts. Let me just emphasize that. I think the entire government machinery is working 24/7 towards this objective. Thank you very much. Good night. Thank you for joining this briefing. Please continue to follow the social media handles of our embassies so that you get the latest advisories. And those of you who are stuck in Ukraine, please reach out to our control rooms as well as to our MEA control room. If you feel that you require assistance, you are still at
That was the Ministry of External Affairs' briefing right there on the evacuation situation. 18,000 Indians have been removed from Ukraine and are going to be brought back. The remaining, the ministry is working on it. We are also right now joined from Poland by Shivani, who is tracking the talks that are set to begin anytime now. Just one piece of breaking information, Shivani. I believe Vladimir Putin has spoken to Emmanuel Macron, and he has reiterated that Russia's goals will be met at any cost and that any delay will impact the demands. What can you tell us? What is expected and what is the situation right now?
Ankit, we've been reporting from the Polish-Belarus border, from where the venue of these talks is quite close by, and we are the only global channel to report from the venue of these talks that are supposed to be held in around 50 minutes from now. If I talk about local time, it's around 2:20 here, and the talks were scheduled to take place at 3 p.m. And initially we saw that on Wednesday these talks had to take place, but it got delayed. First it was said that it will take place on Wednesday evening. We kept on holding the ground and bringing our viewers what the talks will be happening, whether they will be happening. And then today it was confirmed a short while ago that the talks will be happening at 3 p.m. local time. That happens to be around 7:30 p.m. in Indian Standard Time. So now the delegates from Russia have already arrived. They in fact arrived yesterday. We also saw the pictures of the carcade of these delegates who had arrived, and Russia says that its delegation remains the same, which was there in the first round of talks on 28th of February. And Ukrainians have also reached here. In fact, the Ukrainians have said that they are always ready to talk, but without any preconditions, and that remains their prerequisite for the talk. They say that they demand ceasefire, they demand withdrawal of troops, and while the talks are on, there should be no attacks. That's what Ukraine has been demanding. But Russia says, in fact, the foreign minister of Russia has, today in the afternoon, he had said that we are ready for the talks, we are ready for the negotiations, but the action will go on. That means on ground, whatever Russia is doing, it will continue with those attacks until a solution is found on the table. So now we have to wait and watch that when these talks resume for the second time after a gap of 3 days, will there be a result? Will there be a breakthrough? Because there have been contradictory statements from Russia on the talking table and on ground, because we've seen how the attacks have been happening now in more and more cities of Ukraine, be it Odessa or be it Kharkiv, be it Kiev or other cities also. While Ukraine has been fighting back, it has been holding its ground, it has been retaliating quite strongly, and it says that we do not want any kind of ultimatums, we do not want any prerequisites when we are on the dialogue table with Russia. In fact, we want the troop withdrawals, we want ceasefire, we want solution through negotiation, and until a solution is reached, there should be no attack on Ukraine. So that's what both the sides are saying while we wait for the talks to resume from where we are reporting right now. But certainly, Ankit, there is a sense of worry, there is a sense of unrest in this complete area. Things are just not normal since last 8 days. There is a evident impact of this war that's happening inside Ukraine on the other side of the border too. The European Union nations are getting impacted. People are worried. They say that their life has got impacted because the free movements have been restricted. There is a deserted looks, especially on the roads that are close to these border areas. And people are quite worried about the future of Ukraine and the movements across the borders. So now we have to wait and watch, because we are getting the confirmations that the Ukrainian delegation evacuation had already started from Ukraine to Belarus in helicopters, and it must be landing anytime now. And few minutes from now, in fact at 3 p.m. by the local time, these talks might take place. So this is what is expected as of now. All eyes on these talks because they can yield some solution and relief to the people of Ukraine.
From the talks venue, the only Indian journalist there at the venue where the talks are going to happen at 7:30 in about 35 minutes from now. India's largest reporting team in the war zone on the borders of Ukraine. Shivani is at the venue, that's Brest, at the Poland-Belarus border where the talks are happening. On Republic TV, we'll come back to her live. Thank you for that. Ankit and Shivani, stay with us, taking a short break, coming back with the headlines on top of 7 p.m. Ukraine talks in a few minutes from now, if all goes well, starts at 7:30 p.m.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps has been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की, वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से ये दहला था, वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं, वो हमारी टीम आपको दिखा रही है और हम एक ऐसे एकमात्र चैनल हैं जो यहां पर पहुंचे हैं.
This is exactly what happens when a war actually reaches a city, an urban area where you're looking at a large-scale destruction. Look at the condition right now. You look at the condition right now where you see the debris lying all over. Really heartbreaking images of what you see. Books that are lying all over. You're looking at this kind of destruction which has now reached the residential areas. While
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे, तो ये निशाने पर था. इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं. ये देखिए आप, पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है. जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ. उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े. अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है. तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं. लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें.
these flight engineering models that were kept inside. So this is more like a small makeshift factory that has basically come under attack. Clearly this has been destroyed. The impact still remains right now. The situation right now is only worsening in central Kiev. At least in most of these areas, what's happening is that multiple explosions are taking place.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
you're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by
Thank you for joining us on the biggest story tonight. The largest reporting team out of India in the war zone in Ukraine and its neighbors. Republic TV is reporting live from there. In about 30 minutes from now, we have the talks between Russia and Ukraine, and Republic is the only Indian channel live. Shivani is at Brest, at the border between Poland and Belarus, where no other Indian channel can get. Here are the headlines on the biggest story tonight. Second round of Russia-Ukraine talks to take place in a short while from now. Talks near the Poland-Belarus border. Ukraine claims about 9,000 Russian soldiers have been eliminated in the conflict so far. Russian troops encircle Ukraine's capital. Russian tanks advancing towards Kiev Oblast. Russian warships spotted near the Nikolaev region, 10 warships seen off the coast. Oil depot hit by Russian shelling in the Chernihiv region, 6 fuel tanks catch fire. The Russian offensive in Kharkiv continues. Schools, administrative buildings and civilian areas damaged. After Russia, Ukraine confirms the capture of Kherson, stepping up the offensive in most of Ukrainian cities. Russian soldiers begin missile exercises with the S-400 air defense system. Russian athletes banned from Winter Paralympic Games in the backdrop of the Russian invasion. Germany to send military equipment, 2,700 additional anti-aircraft missiles to be dispatched to Ukraine. And let's start straight with the pictures coming in from Kharkiv, a video that's just come in. I'd like to play the video out right now. Let's play the video full frame of another attack in Kharkiv. The video has a sound on it, of an ambient sound. I'll play out the full video, please. And in this video, what you can see is that one of the residents in the Kharkiv city of Ukraine shooting a video, and the moment the missile strikes what looks like a building there, it's spotted on camera. You can see the missile coming in. If you zoom out a little bit, you can make out in this frame that there is a missile that just strikes this building and it goes up in flames, and the impact is felt even by the person shooting this particular video. Just try to zoom out on that a little bit so that you can make out what. Okay, let's play that video out, please.
Сука! Твою мать! Пизда, блядь! Ёбаные суки, блядь! О!
Опять, короче, район где-то то ли парк Шевченко, то ли... О, летит, блядь!
Сука! Твою мать! Пизда, блядь! Ёбаные суки, блядь! О!
Опять, короче, район парк Шевченко, то ли... О, летит, блядь!
Твою мать!
Опять, короче, район где-то то ли парк Шевченко, то ли... О, летит, блядь!
Твою мать!
Опять, короче, район где-то то ли парк Шевченко, то ли... О, летит, блядь!
Твою мать!
Опять, короче, район где-то то ли парк Шевченко, то ли... О, летит, блядь.
Твою мать!
Опять, короче, район где-то то ли парк Шевченко, то ли... О, летит, блядь.
Твою мать!
Let's go across to my colleague Ankit joining us live from the newsroom as we get these videos from Kharkiv. In fact, there are several videos that show you the moment missiles struck. In fact, a few minutes back, we had a video that came in from another Ukrainian city called Chernihiv. Now, the big story this evening is how the Russian advancement continues in most of the cities where they've either taken over or are at the gates of these cities. Ankit.
Niranjan, the video we just saw is so cataclysmically destructive. We see that it also appears to be the very center of Kharkiv because there is a temple that is visible on the left side of the screen. That is the Mer temple, I believe, in Kharkiv. And a short while from it, what appears to be just a couple of 100 meters away, you can see is the intended target of this missile. And you see the missile come in and cause a huge explosion there. And this is hardly the first time we have seen Kharkiv come under such attack. It is perhaps the city in Ukraine that is worst hit. It's also the closest to Russia. And so when the Russian troops advanced, that is where they came first. And yet they have not been able to take it. There has been a pitched battle in Kharkiv. And we know for a fact that every civilian in Kharkiv has been asked to get out of there immediately. And it also appears, Niranjan, just a short while earlier, we heard how Vladimir Putin spoke to Emmanuel Macron of France. And he told him in the lead up to the talks that Russia will get its end goal in any way possible, and he listed those end goals apparently as demilitarization and the neutral status of Ukraine. And this is perhaps towards what Russian troops are working because they don't seem intent on slowing down at all. And we also saw when Shavan took us to the military center in Ukraine that the Ukrainian conscription appears to be continuing. And also we have heard just now there are reports in the Russian media that the Ukrainian parliament has approved President Vladimir Zelensky's move for universal mobilization. And so that is perhaps where we are because this war doesn't seem to be showing any signs of letting up at all, and the visuals prove it, Niranjan.
Stay with me, I have a small report to play and then we have more videos and more breaking news updates.
Soldiers from the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division based at Fort Stewart, Georgia, are deploying to Germany to train with the Nato allies and to deter further Russian aggression following its invasion of Ukraine. About 3,800 Fort Stewart soldiers were ordered to deploy. Most of the world has lined up against Moscow in the United Nations to demand it withdraw from Ukraine, as Russian forces renew their attacks on the country's second biggest city and lay siege to its strategic ports. Russia reported its military casualties for the first time since the invasion began last week, saying nearly 500 of its troops had been killed and almost 1,600 wounded. Meanwhile, Ukraine insisted Russia's losses were far higher but did not immediately disclose its own casualties. Agency report for Republic TV.
Getting in more breaking news videos of the aftermath of the strikes and the shelling in Chernihiv. Now, this is another city in Ukraine which has seen several strikes in the last few days. Let's play out the video, in fact, and then we'll tell you what happened earlier. This is a video that just came in now, and we'll play out the video from earlier today where even the timestamp on that video in what seems like a car-mounted camera, shot on a car-mounted camera, shows that the attack itself was at around 4 p.m. or about 3 hours back.
Вот так ни по ком не стреляют, ребята. Только что жилой дом просто прилетело. Люди в аптеку стояли. Просто. Вот вам. Что происходит, что мне показывают по новостям россияне.
In fact, there are more breaking news updates coming in. Quickly telling our viewers about the different breaking news updates as we tell you about the S-400. We'll just pull that up in our studio walls right now on the two big updates on S-400. On Russia pulling up the S-400 missiles for war exercises. We'll pull that up on our walls, and we'll also tell you the other big breaking news updates right now. The Ukrainian parliament has supported Zelensky, that is the Ukrainian president's decree on general mobilization. And the Russian media also reporting how an Estonian cargo ship has been sunk by a mine in the Black Sea, saying that 4 crew members are still reportedly missing, with 2 said to be on a lifeboat after an Estonian cargo ship allegedly hit a landmine in the Black Sea near the Ukrainian city of Odessa. Let's play out a report, and then we will get you the report of the S-400 and where India stands on the S-400 right now.
Hundreds of Catholic scouts from Rome held a candlelight vigil in support of St. Peter's Basilica on Ash. They gathered there in response to an appeal by Pope Francis, who designated the day as a day of fasting and prayer for peace in Ukraine. People of Rome show their solidarity by praying for peace in Ukraine. The Roman Catholics said Pope Francis appealed to pray for the Ukrainians. The vigil prayer was organized by the Italian Scouts Catholic movement as a display of solidarity with the Ukrainian people. An official said that the Ukraine war represented a new trauma for children after years of the COVID pandemic. Agency report for Republic TV.
And before I go across to my colleagues getting us more breaking news updates, in fact, in about 15 minutes from now, the talks are about to begin. Okay, now, as far as India's S-400 missile is concerned, now, we are buying it from Russia, and America hasn't been very happy about it for several years now, but here's where it stands. Biden has said he will decide on sanctions against India on the S-400 deal under CATSA. Now, sanctions over the purchase of the defense hardware from Russia, which has been in the realm of debate for several years now. Now, sanctions have been imposed on Turkey for the S-400 purchase in 2020 by America, and that's why they're looking at this deal very, very closely. India signed a $5 billion deal to buy 5 S-400 missile systems in the year 2018, some of which have been or will be delivered anytime now. Now, India-Russia deal has gone ahead despite threat of sanctions by Trump. It was a big debate, and India managed to make its way around that. But now America is not very happy with that. And that's where it stands. It is under the cat's eye needle amid Russian invasion. And questions are being asked by the media to the Russian president on what could happen on that particular deal. Now, what will America do is something we will have to wait and watch. He said he will consult the Congress on the issue of sanctions against India on the S-400 deal. Let's go across to Kritsween as well to get some more news updates on the show. Before that, one more report, and then I'm going across to Kritsween joining us with some breaking news updates before the talks.
Watch how hundreds of people crowded Kharkiv's railway station in a bid to flee Ukraine amid heavy shelling and air attacks by Russian forces. The attempt to flee the war was so dire that Xenia, a mother of 3, said she did not know where trains would take her but wanted to get on it anyway. As crowds of people gathered in the lobby of the railway station, Xenia was worried about making her way through the jam with the baby. And among the desperate gatherers were Indian students awaiting to leave Kharkiv and return to their country.
Actually, we are from India, and because of the war, we are going.
Where?
To Lviv. Now to Lviv, and from there to any border near Poland, Hungary, or Romania, and from there to India.
With Russia intensifying its military offensive and Ukraine hitting back, it is the civilians who are left to bear the brunt of the war. Agency report for Republic TV.
And joining me on the broadcast is a Ukrainian MP, and let me introduce Yaroslav Yurchisin, who's a parliamentarian in the Ukrainian parliament, joining us live. Thank you for joining us, Yaroslav. What is the situation? Where are you joining us live from? What is the situation there on the ground?
Now in Kiev, we just have a plenary session of our parliament. We take a very necessary decision for fighting with Russia. Yes, in Kiev, not so many people. Many people now are refugees, and our country help a lot to international students, India, Arabic and our students to leave their residency because of Russia bombing Ukrainian city. First of all, Kharkiv, Kiev, Kherson. So every big city are bombing by Russia planes. So now we fighting. No one of Ukrainian big city are not still captured by Russia, but we really need international help. And for us, it's very questionable why India not give us a voice on the General Assembly of United Nations, and because we want to close the sky for Russia military aviation, and we see that Russia try to push on free country for democratic country using the nuclear weapon. So we fighting, but we need help from all the world.
Yes, we believe the talks are going to start in about 15 to 20 minutes from now, Yaroslav. Let me also ask you, there has been an update, and you said you were a part of that parliament proceeding which has supported Zelensky's decree on general mobilization. What is general mobilization, and how is it going to help your country in this fight against Russia?
General mobilization in our country, it's a possibility to our country called to every man who older than 18 and not have 60 years to take a weapon and try to help our military or our district defense, which was created from residents who live in Ukrainian city and villages. Really, we have many volunteers. Now it's not obligation to fighting, but it's a personal decision for everyone who really wants to help country. For international for somebody who live in Ukraine but not a citizen of Ukraine, it's not means nothing. Still, every international citizen can freely, if it's can be because of Russia bombing, freely leave the country in any time what he or she want.
And how many people, okay, one short question. How many people are you expecting to mobilize using this program?
Now only in Kiev we mobilized voluntarily more than 20,000 people. In other region even more. So now we have army more than 200,000, 2,500,000. Really, mobilization resources of our country near 1 million. So really, we don't need this quantity still now, but if we will need our people ready to fight.
Okay. Yaroslav, stay safe, and thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Thank you. Stay safe. That's a Ukrainian MP joining us live on Republic TV on the broadcast, telling us about the decision on general mobilization that has just been agreed upon in the Ukrainian parliament, which means anyone above the age of 18 and up to 60 years is now being asked to join the Ukrainian army as they take on Russia, which has taken over most of the cities, by the way. On S-400, talking about Russia's offensive has begun exercises on S-400. Russia mobilizing its S-400 along key regions has begun S-400 training exercises, and the training is underway in the Novosibirsk region. S-400s likely to be deployed against Ukraine in key areas where it will be needed. It's an air defense system training to detect and destroy simulated enemy. Now, these are some of the details of what the S-400 is capable of doing. And the S-400 exercise has begun. Meanwhile, you heard the Ukrainian MP, civilians are being asked to join the army of Ukraine and they are being given training. Republic TV, the only Indian channel. In fact, I don't know if any other global channel has done it. Patrick is live with us. I'll go across to Patrick in just a minute. Actually, let me go across to Patrick first and we'll get you the report of Shavan in just a few minutes. Patrick, my friend, joining us live from Donetsk. He's been reporting on the Donbas region, which Russia claims has been struck. Okay, your camera, you just got to fix that camera a little bit. You've just, yeah, okay, you're back now. Yes, Patrick, what's the situation there?
Hi, I'm right now in Donetsk, the center of Donetsk. Behind me, you can see overlooking the middle of this city. The situation here is grave. There is daily shelling coming into the city from Ukrainian-controlled territory. Earlier today, I was on the front towards the area of Volnovakha, and it said that the entirety of Volnovakha has been taken by Russian DPR forces, but we're still confirming that now. But I can confirm there's many villages and territories that have been taken by DPR and Russian forces. We today observed Russian DPR forces firing artillery on Ukrainian military positions, as we're told. But we saw the firing of these military equipment, the artillery itself, and we're continuing to be here on the ground. And not only Donetsk is coming under intense shelling, also the second biggest city in the DPR, Gorovka, is also coming under direct shelling from Ukraine. At least one home and also an apartment building has been hit this morning.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. While I just, thank you, let me also tell you that, we're getting in some more reports. I'll go back to Patrick, and he had a vantage point that showed the destruction around Donetsk. We'll come back and play the report that Shavan filed. He was at a Ukrainian military camp a short while back. The only Indian channel getting you the real reporting from the war zone. I'm getting you that report next.
कीव के जो आसपास के इलाके हैं, विश्वगोरोड इलाका है, वहां पर भी ऐसी ही तस्वीर सामने आ रही है जहां पर जोरदार धमाके हो रहे हैं। अभी जो रूस ने ताजा बयान जारी किया उसमें कहा कि हमारी मांगे ज्यादा नहीं है। उसके इतर एक तस्वीर हमने ये भी देखी कि लगातार हमले जारी हैं। एयर रेड अलर्ट्स जो हैं लगातार रात में भी सुनाई देते हैं। लोग बंकर की तरफ जा रहे हैं।
इस वक्त रूस की आर्मी की जो स्पेशलाइज्ड बीटीजीज है वो कुछ ज्यादा नहीं कर पाई, और ये बैटल जो हम देख रहे हैं इस वक्त वो कहीं ना कहीं कीव में बहुत ज्यादा फोकस अब तक रहा है।
After Russia, Ukraine has also confirmed that one of its cities has been captured. Kherson has been captured. Kharkiv could be next. Kiev, we don't know. Russian convoys, military columns right outside Kiev, and several cities, it's not just one or two, on the verge of being taken over. And when we come back, also getting you details of Russia beginning its exercises with the S-400 air defense system.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
We're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. what you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this will basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastward, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction. What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the ground. That's just behind me, just behind me. There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev. The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps have been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
तो इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से ये दहला था वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं वो हमारी टीम आपको दिखा रही है और हम एक ऐसे एकमात्र चैनल हैं जो यहां पर पहुंचे हैं.
This is exactly what happens when a war actually reaches a city, an urban area where you're looking at a large-scale destruction. Look at the condition right now. You look at the condition right now where you see the debris lying all over, really heartbreaking images of what you see, books that are lying all over. You're looking at this kind of destruction which has now reached residential areas. While
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे तो ये निशाने पर था. इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं. ये देखिए आप पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है. जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ. उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहां पर बढ़े. अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा रोड पर के जो आसपास के इलाके हैं विश्वगोरोड इलाका है वहां पर भी ऐसी ही तस्वीर सामने आ रही है जहां पर जोरदार धमाके हो रहे हैं. अभी जो रूस ने ताजा बयान जारी किया उसमें कहा कि हमारी मांगे ज्यादा नहीं है. उसके इतर एक तस्वीर हमने ये भी देखी कि लगातार हमले जारी हैं. एयर रेड अलर्ट्स जो हैं लगातार रात में भी सुनाई देते हैं. लोग बंकर की तरफ जा रहे हैं.
इस वक्त रूस की आर्मी की जो स्पेशलाइज्ड बीटीजीज है वो कुछ ज्यादा नहीं कर पा रही और ये बैटल जो हम देख रहे हैं इस वक्त वो कहीं ना कहीं कीव में बहुत ज्यादा फोकस अब तक रहा है.
Welcome back, viewers. We have breaking news coming in from Poland where Shivani Sharma is joining us. We are told that the Ukrainian delegation for the talks with Russia has just arrived. We have visuals of those also. We are going to go across to Shivani now. Shivani, can you confirm, has the Ukrainian delegation arrived and what can we expect?
Ankit, the delegation has arrived at the Belarusian city of Beloshskaya Pusha, where we've seen the helicopters of the Ukrainian delegations who have just arrived out here. And as Republic has been reporting that the talks had been scheduled for 3 p.m. local time, and it is exactly 3 p.m. out here, and in minutes from now we expect these talks to get started here in Belarus, where we are reporting from the Polish-Belarus border, and close to that location the delegation has already arrived. And we saw that how the Russian delegation had arrived last evening, because the talks were scheduled to be held on Wednesday afternoon. They got delayed and they were postponed for hours. Now again, after a delay of 1 day and a few more hours, when the talks are about to get started, a lot of expectations are there from these talks, Ankit, and we've seen how both the sides have been demanding and maintaining what they want on the dialogue table. So now when the Ukrainians have arrived, the talks will get started. On 28th of February, the first round of talks had taken place and they lasted for 5 hours, but they did not yield any result. And today, after a gap of 3 days, when the talks are resuming, there's a lot of expectation, because we've seen in between a lot of devastating pictures, escalated attacks by Russia in Ukraine and various cities of Kiev, in Odessa, and many other cities that are seeing a lot of escalated attacks, a lot of movements by Russian troops inside Ukraine. So now when Ukraine has confirmed that it is there to talk, and the talks will begin shortly from now, both the sides will once again keep their points. And Russia has said that it expects Ukraine to be neutral and do not associate with NATO on its ground. And that is the threat Russia faces when NATO and the US military would be there in Ukraine's ground, while Ukraine says that it doesn't want any kind of conditions, any kind of prerequisites, any kind of ultimatums from Russia. It wants to talk beyond these conditions. So now we have to see that on ground, when Russia and Ukraine have been showing their power, have been retaliating and facing each other with aggression on ground, what happens on the table? Because, Ankit, we must tell our viewers, we've been talking to the leaders of Ukraine, and they have been claiming that the delegation that comes from Russia is just a delegation to give a message, but not the delegation that actually takes any kind of decisions in the country, while Russia says that Ukraine has been buying time, Ukraine has been deliberately delaying these talks to deviate from what's happening and what's expected of it on the negotiating table. So we have to see that now when both the delegations are there in the city of Belosha in Belarus, how these talks will move ahead, what will be the future of these talks and Ukraine. Will there be a ceasefire and the withdrawal of troops as Ukraine has been demanding, or the war will continue? Because, you know, Russian foreign minister today itself had given a statement in which he said that he is ready for talks, Russia is ready for negotiations, but the action on ground will continue, while Ukraine had demanded since the very first round of talks that while the talks are on, there should be a ceasefire until an agreement is reached. So we have to see, while both the sides, when they are meeting again for the second time, will agree or abide with each other's points, or will there be contradiction again?
Shivani, stay with us. One thing I want to ask you is, we had a report just a short while ago that indicated that a Ukrainian negotiator has said that they want to primarily establish a humanitarian corridor, because I believe over 1 million Ukrainians and other country citizens have evacuated the country. Have you heard anything of those being part of the demands, and what are the Ukrainian demands?
Certainly, Ankit, the Ukrainians have been demanding that while the talks are on, or when the second time the leaders or the delegates are meeting from Russia and Ukraine, they will ask for a safe passage for evacuation of these people. They do not want civilians being targeted, because we've seen in the last 4 days or so, there have been multiple attacks on these buildings, be it the hospital, be it the church, or the civilian localities. So now Ukraine would ask for a safe passage of the people in Ukraine, the civilians, to move out at safe places. Second, very important point that Ukraine would be putting forward and has been demanding since the very first round of talks, that the civilian buildings should not be targeted by Russia. There should be rules of the war that should be followed by Russia, which Russia has not been following at all. It has been bombing these places where the civilians have been staying. While Russia has its point, Ankit, Russia says that Ukraine has a strategy of hiding its military in these civilian populated areas so that it can mislead the Russian troops out there or Russian military out there. So both of them have their points. They have their contradictions. They have their issues with each other. That would be seen how they take forward on the talking table when they are meeting for the second time. But certainly, it's correct that around 1 million people have evacuated Ukraine in last 8 days. Thousands of people have died and they are continuing to die. There are devastating pictures from across the cities of Kiev, Kharkiv and other cities. They are being encircled by Russian army, and Russians refuse to stop or refuse to recede as they are on the talking table. And Ukraine has been demanding that when the talks are on, until an agreement is found, there should be no action on ground by the Russian forces. So now we have to see, when from minutes from now the talks will begin, what will happen on ground? Will there be the similar action that we are seeing from Russia since last 4 or 5 days, since the first round of talks had failed? Or will there be a relief for the people in Ukraine?
Right. Shivani, stay with us. I also want to get Kritsveen into it. Kritsveen, we heard just a short while back that Russian President Putin, he spoke to France's President Macron. And we've heard now Shivani tell us a little bit about what's happening in Ukraine with regards to the negotiations. What do you think of the military escalation of both sides, and is there anything you'd also like to ask Shivani?
Down all the details. She's the only Indian journalist who's reporting live from the venue where the talks are taking place. And yes, since yesterday we're eyeing for what really happens during those talks. The talks did not take place the whole of yesterday. Certain postponements happening, and we do see that uncertainty also prevails as far as these talks go. But till the time there is room for talks, there is also hope that things will get better in hours or days to come. Let me go back to Shivani as she's reporting non-stop on this big story. Shivani, what's going on there? You know, we have a lot of statements being made back to back by the Russian side. The foreign minister says that they're open to talks, but they will only be looking at one particular development. Their demands are minimal and they must be met. Ukraine says they will not tolerate ultimatums. What is on the agenda today and what are the talks looking like? Have you been able to pick up anything else?
Certainly, Kritsveen, there are multiple points that would be important in terms of these talks that will start from some time from now, because we've been holding the ground since yesterday and waiting for the talks to happen. The only Indian channel to be present here, in fact, the only global channel on ground here, tracking these talks. The temperatures have already dipped down to -4 right now here, Kritsveen, but we are reporting for our viewers to tell them what's happening, what's expected after these talks today, when the delegations will be on the talking table. The Russian delegation that will be led by the president's aide, Vladimir.
Shivani, bear with us. We have a video right now of the national anthem being played over there, and let's just take a look at the Ukrainian national anthem being played.
Ro спаси душу и тело, мы положим за нашу свободу и покажем, что мы братья козацького роду. Душу и тело мы положим за нашу свободу и покажем, що ми браття козацького роду.
Moving scenes there from the Verkhovna Rada, the parliament of Ukraine, where all the parliamentarians were singing their national anthem. I want to go back to Shivani. Shivani, from what we've seen so far, the Ukrainian resolve is unrelenting. What have you made of how Ukraine has dealt with this entire situation and the crisis and the war that has been imposed upon them?
Certainly, Ankit, Ukraine has given a massive fight back to Russia. Russia was never of this thought that it will have to continue for so long in Ukraine. While we see on ground how Ukraine has been fighting back, not only the military of Ukraine, but the people inside Ukraine, the valor, the courage, and the spirit with which these civilians have been fighting. They are taking up weapons, they are taking training. Remember, those who have never fought a war, those who have never picked a weapon in their hand, they are ready to fight these Russian fighters on their land. So that's the kind of spirit, motivation that President Zelensky has inspired in these Ukrainians. So they say that we will not let anybody take an inch of our land. And we've been seeing a lot of interviews of these civilians who have been fighting on their own land after Russia has invaded them. So, in fact, Ukraine has actually retaliated very strongly on ground, and we've been seeing the images of the Russian weapons, Russian tanks, Russian aircrafts that have been damaged by Ukrainians in this particular war that's going on since last 8 days. Many people had a thought, Ankit, that this fight, this war will not last and it will get over in just a few days, but it's day 8 and Ukraine is holding the ground not only in the city of Kiev but other cities also where Russia has been attacking in full aggression, be it from the ground or from air. And we've also seen how in the city of Odessa, Russia has kept the navy on the alert. So apart from whatever is happening, Ukraine has given a very good fight to Russia indeed, and there has been sermon commitment, but everybody, including the NATO countries, NATO members, they have actually failed Ukraine. They did not come on ground to fight with Ukraine, but still Ukraine is not losing the battle. It is holding strong. It is giving a good fight to Russia. And let's see, when the negotiations take place today, what is there that will unfold, what will happen in next few days, what these talks will bring for Ukraine. Will there be a ceasefire that is much expected by the Ukrainians? And not only this, Ankit, Ukrainian president has also been appealing the people in Russia and the military men of Russia not to fight this war. So totally he's trying to turn the table against Putin, President Putin. And he is calling for a truce. He is calling for the withdrawal of troops. He is saying that Russia has been left alone totally in the world because of what he is doing. And he says he will just not accept any kind of conditions from President Putin while they are on the talking table. So we have to see that while action is on the ground, what will the talks bring for the Ukrainians in the next few days?
Absolutely. Shivani Sharma there reporting for Republic at the talks venue where hectic negotiations are set to take place. I thank Shivani for the updates, and she'll be bringing us everything that happens in that meeting. Remember, all eyes are on it. Both sides have reached. These are talks that were delayed by a day, but they are happening now, even as both Russia and Ukraine step up their military efforts. We'll be staying on this as we have been. Republic, the only channel to be reporting from all the important places in Ukraine and Russia and the adjoining countries. Stay with us. We'll be back in a break after a short break.
The Ukrainians are dying and the Americans are making money, lots of money. Every day, every minute this war continues. The biggest American defense-related manufacturers are seeing their stock prices shoot up billions. Maybe trillions will be made out eventually out of this war. And most of that money will come to the United States of America as innocents like the 21-year-olds too from Karnataka are killed in the shelling and the bomb. Europe prepares to spend hundreds of billions in increased defense expenditure. And most of the money will be made by the United States of America, the same country that is pushing the Ukrainians into a prolonged conflict. They will gain as thousands of Ukrainians die. The Americans are loving this war. Do the Americans want this war to never end? Think about it. The world wants to know.
And a lot more coming up. Russian troops encircle Ukraine's capital, Kiev. Russian tanks are advancing towards Kiev Oblast now. And also, Russian warships head towards the Mykolaiv region. 10 warships were spotted off the Ukrainian coast on the south.
There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev.
The fear that this war might just escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps have been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क पहुंच गया है लोमोनोस्की वो एवेन्यू जहां पर जोरदार धमाका हुआ था और धमाके के बाद किस तरीके से यह दहला था वो तस्वीर इस समय मेरे पीछे आप देख रहे हैं वो हमारी टीम आपको दिखा रही है और हम एक एकमात्र चैनल हैं जो यहां पर पहुंचे हैं.
This is exactly what happens when a war actually reaches a city, an urban area where you're looking at a large-scale destruction. Look at the condition right now. You look at the condition right now where you see the debris lying all over, really heartbreaking images of what you see, books that are lying all over. You're looking at this kind of destruction which has now reached the residential areas. While
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे तो ये निशाने पर था. इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं. ये देखिए आप पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है. जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8-8:15 बजे हुआ. उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े. अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है. तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं. लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें.
these flight engineering models that were kept inside. So this is more like a small makeshift factory that has basically come under attack. Clearly this has been destroyed. The impact still remains right now. The situation right now is only worsening in central Kiev. At least in most of these areas, what's happening is that multiple explosions are taking place.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
You're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this will basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastward, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction.
What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the ground. That's just behind me, just behind me. There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower. The reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling.
Republic is tracking the second round of talks starting shortly from now between Russia and Ukraine in Belarus. And we are the only global channel to bring you multiple images from the multiple fronts in this war zone. And as we know that yesterday was the day when the talks were scheduled to happen, but they got delayed, they got postponed, and today, after a delay of 1 day, they are happening. And Russian delegation had arrived yesterday on the talks venue as claimed by Russia, while Ukrainians arrived a short while ago, and they used choppers to reach the venue. And they say that they will not accept any preconditions on the talking table. They want to talk without any prerequisites and ultimatums from Russia. While Russia says it wants Ukraine to be a neutral power, it doesn't want interference from Nato in Ukraine. And 28th of February was the day one, the round one of these talks that were held in Belarus. It saw no breakthrough. In fact, the attacks from Russian side escalated after these rounds of talks, and since then all eyes have been on the second round of talks, and people expect ceasefire as demanded by Ukraine. Ukraine says that while the talks are on the table, there should be no attacks. There should be no attacks at all on the civilian buildings. And we'll keep you updated on the story. It's time for a short break on Republic.
भूल गई? नेक्स्ट वीकेंड का तो प्लान है ना?
तुम पहली जगह तो बुक कर लो।
बुकिंग्स भी कर दी, फोटोज भी भेज दी।
गूंजती धड़कनों से दीवारें हैं।
नाइस।
Not nice. It's beautiful.
आज घर
सेरा कुछ पल घर के नाम।
एयरप्लेन के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो बनाए गए थे, तो ये निशाने पर था। इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितने प्लान्ड तरीके से ये हमले किए जा रहे हैं। ये देखिए आप, पार्ट्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन बाकी जो बनने की जगह थी उसे पूरा तहस नहस कर दिया गया है, उसे तबाह कर दिया है। जोरदार अटैक सुबह करीब 8 सवा 8 बजे हुआ। उस टाइम रिपब्लिक भारत और पूरे रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क की टीम रिपोर्टिंग कर रही थी, और जैसे ही धमाका हुआ हमने उस धमाके की आवाज़ को सुना और फिर हमारे कदम यहाँ पर बढ़े। अगर आप अभी के हालात पर नजर डालें तो अभी जो बसेस मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, रोड पर जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं ये वो तस्वीरें हैं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मदद के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है। तो यूक्रेन के वासी मदद के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं। लोग सड़कों पर इसलिए उतरे हुए हैं कि वो मदद करें।
These flight engineering models that were kept inside. So this is more like a small makeshift factory that has basically come under attack. Clearly this has been destroyed. The impact still remains right now. The situation right now is only worsening in central Kiev. At least in most of these areas, what's happening is that multiple explosions are taking place.
This war is certainly impacting the civilians. People are tense. They are worried about what's going to happen in Ukraine after 6 days of war. It's day 7.
You're looking at a perfect business area mixed with some residential buildings. What you see straight down here is also some of the most important hospitals and medical centers. What we were told by the Ukrainian authorities is that their analysis shows that this will basically come eastwards. So the projectile missile is basically coming eastward, hits this particular building on the 16th and the 17th floor, leading to large-scale destruction. What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kiev, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see. Clearly, that's the situation right now on the ground. Just behind me, just behind me. There is intense battle that is going on. The dastardly attacks that have taken place in a TV tower, the reason why locals being told to leave that area. The Russian troops still struggling to enter the capital city of Kiev. Not often do you get the kind of access that we've actually got right now. This is one such training center. It's the civilians like this that you see right now. They are being given weapons training, tactical training. Those trainings are being given to them so that they can also participate and try and help the Ukrainian army.
Live report powered by Niva Bhupa and Amity University.
Second round of Russia-Ukraine talks underway in Belarus near the Poland border. As the second round of talks get underway, Republic reports live from the venue of talks. Republic is the only channel to report from the Ukraine military training camp. Ukraine claims about 9,000 Russian soldiers have been eliminated in the conflict so far. Russian troops encircle Ukraine's capital. Russian tanks advance towards Kiev Oblast. Russian warships head towards the Mykolaiv region. 10 warships seen off the coast. Oil depot hit by Russian shelling in the Chernihiv region. 6 fuel tanks catch fire. The Russian offensive in Kharkiv continues. Schools, administrative buildings and civilian areas left damaged. After Russia, Ukraine confirms the capture of Kherson as Russia steps up offensive. And Russian soldiers begin missile exercises with the S-400 air defense system in Novosibirsk. Prithvi, you're watching Live Report at 8 p.m. this evening. We get you the latest we've been tracking from war zone Ukraine. Hundreds of Ukrainian nuclear power plant workers and nearby citizens continue to block Russian troops' access to a nuclear power plant in Enerhodar, attempting to prevent Russian forces from advancing in the area. Here's a detailed report.
Residents Ukraine's southeast city of Enerhodar, the home of Europe's largest nuclear power plant, continue blocking the entrance to prevent Russian troops from gaining access. Video footage shared by Enerhodar City Council showed people on the street and blocking the entrance to the city. Residents had also erected barricades along the way using cars and tires. According to Enerhodar's mayor, units of self-defense, together with the employees of nuclear plant and city residents, are on a round-the-clock watch to protect the city. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian Ministry of Internal Affairs also confirmed that Russian troops are preparing to attack 2 nuclear power plants in Ukraine. Agency report for Republic TV. Videos show extensive damage to residential buildings in the town of Irpin, just west of the Ukrainian capital of Kiev. Local authorities said a missile hit a residential building and information indicated that there were casualties. Other social media videos showed extensive damage to buildings on another street in Irpin, with a military vehicle still smoking. One video from the armed forces of Ukraine showed Ukrainian soldiers moving among what appear to be the bodies of Russian soldiers. The area around Irpin has seen extensive clashes since the Russian invasion began last week. Agency report for Republic TV.
And even as the Ukrainian port city of Kherson was seized by the Russian troops, Ukrainians did not leave without a fight. In a video posted by Ukrainian media, the Ukrainian army ambushed a Russian convoy.
Even as reports came about Russian troops seizing control of Kherson, in Ukraine's south, a video shared by Ukrainian media showed Russian convoy on fire in the region. The Ukrainian media claimed that the army ambushed Russian convoy, which went up in flames. The strategic port city of 290,000 people near the Black Sea came under siege as Russian forces pressed ahead with their offensive across the country. According to media reports, a senior Ukrainian official stated that Kherson is now under Russian control after the city was surrounded earlier in the day. Kherson's capture could enable Russia to control a significant chunk of the southern coastline and allow troops to head west towards the port city of Odessa. Agency report, Republic TV.
Well, the last 2 days, essentially, we've seen how the Russian troops have been encircling Ukraine's capital, Kiev. Here's a video accessed by Republic where Russian convoy can be seen advancing towards Ukraine's capital, Kiev.
With the Russian invasion entering its second week, massive Russian convoy could be seen entering into Ukraine's capital, Kiev. While Russia expands its invasion, Ukraine civilians have taken to arms to confront the rising Russian offensive. This comes while Russians have intensified assault in the Kharkiv region of Ukraine. With the Kherson region falling to the Russian troops, fear looms large over the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, everyone is looking out for round 2 of Russia-Ukraine talks. And even as everyone is watching out for those developments, Russia has intensified its bombardment of cities amid mounting casualties and streams of refugees pouring out of the country. We've seen essentially how refugees have been crossing over via the neighboring nations and some also being brought back home here in India. But this is what the refugee influx is looking like and the situation across several cities that have been hit by the Russian attack. Take a look.
Covering the tactical side, we are now entering the building which is where they receive the arms training. Let's take a look at how the training essentially takes place. As you can see from here, you have some sort of a training that is imparted here. They're given the basic training of how to handle the arms. And on the other side, there is a simulator. That simulator would basically tell them how to move into areas where there is a gun battle that is basically going on and how exactly are they supposed to fire. I'll ask Rawatji to take us to the other side. Let's also quickly go to the other room where I will take you through the simulator. The simulator has been created by the Ukrainian army. What they would essentially be doing is telling all the civilians who are here how exactly are they supposed to handle the weapons. Just let me try and just navigate. Excuse me, just 1 minute. What you see right now is one by one the civilians who have finished with their tactical training. They come here where the simulators have been placed. There is a Ukrainian army soldier who basically is telling them how exactly are they supposed to stand, the defensive positions that they need to take, and then they would be creating a war zone, a simulator that you see right now on the screens, and that's the target area that they need to be hitting at. So that basic training is given, and here is the worksheet where the Ukrainian army soldier takes notes of the firing that has taken place, and then they would essentially be told where exactly are they going wrong. Right now what you see, they've been given that target, and that target has to be achieved by the civilians here. These civilians who have come here, this is the second stage of the training that takes place. Remember, this training has been divided into multiple parts. First, they are given the obstacle training, and what you see right now is the arms training that is being given to them. This has been created, that area has been created so that they get the basic understanding of how to handle a weapon. What we are being told here is that after they finish this sort of training, they would be basically sent to some of the areas where the gun battle is taking place. In fact, some people who have been trained here, some civilians who have been trained here, they've been sent to places like Kharkiv also, where we've been told that there has been massive gun battle that has taken place, street fighting that is taking place, and it's here the civilians who are managing various checkpoints. So certainly this sort of a training that is taking place, that really helps them. That helps the Ukrainian army as well as the Ukrainian police. We've been also told that not just how to handle weapons, but they have also been told how to handle the mine areas, how to navigate in areas where mines have been laid, because that also happens to be a bigger challenge down south, southern Ukraine, where in several areas mines have been laid. Ukrainian army essentially says it's the Russian troops who have laid the mines. So this kind of training certainly helps the civilians to get that basic training, and more importantly, that helps them once they are on the ground, they are able to push back the Russian troops. And that is exactly why on the 8th day also you have the Russian troops still struggling to deal with the valor of not just the Ukrainian army and the police, but also the kind of determination and the strength that has been displayed by various civilians. With my colleague Mridul Sharma, this is Shravan Sen. We're getting you these images right from one military training center.
Shravan Sen now joining us live. Shravan, on one hand, on the streets across Ukraine, we see street fighting, we see bombardments, explosions day in and out. On the other hand, these Ukrainians, really taking it up collectively and joining hands with the soldiers in arms. What's going on there? What's the sentiment you're picking up? Tell us more.
So In fact, we showed you images from another unit of the Training Military Center that was from the simulator of the practice zone, and that was where they were getting the arms training. Now we have come to where the missiles, I'll ask Mridul to just hold this. What you are looking right now, these are the shoulder guns that are basically used, these missiles that are basically being used, and this training is basically given to the civilians. It's the civilians who would be given the training as to how to launch a missile, a surface-to-air missile, and their targets would also be the low-flying helicopters. You take a look at this. Now, these are the missile prototypes these missile prototypes have been laid down here, and after they finish their training at the simulator, they come here, and then they are basically shown, a demo is basically given to them as to how to use these hand guns, or rather the missiles that would be targeting low-flying helicopters. Then you are also looking at the tanks. Those tanks are that are also being attacked. You have instructors like them who've been here and they've been instructing. Let's also quickly go to the other side where the mine training, where basically the other big challenge is down south is where mines are laid. So how exactly would you navigate that? It's in this area. Let me ask my camera person to take you through the place where the training as far as the mines are given. What you see right now is civilians are being told as to how to identify a mine, how to use a grenade, and this is being given, the training is essentially being given by the Ukrainian army to the civilians. Now, we've seen large number of civilians turning up. They've got themselves registered. There are multiple formations, or rather multiple units in this particular this military training center, starting from the tactical experience that has been given to them. Then they move into the second unit from where we sent last report, and in that report we showed you as to how they were being told to hold one of the ammunitions, and thereafter also going into the target practice sessions where they're given those targets as to how to fire, and from a particular distance how exactly would the position be taken, the defensive positions that have to be taken, etc. And then of course we've come to the third side, where they're given training as to how they can handle the missiles. Now this is the part where they're coming in and they're being taught how to identify a landmine. There are multiple type of mines that have been, prototype of those mines have been kept laid on this table that you see. Right now the Ukrainian army soldier telling them how exactly are they supposed to identify. This is not exactly a very intensive kind of a training that is given, but what the civilians are being taught right now is a comprehensive understanding of the basic ammunition that is to be used, and how exactly are they supposed to conduct themselves in a war zone. Now there is a direct impact of it. You've had civilians who have participated in the war, and what you're seeing is young Ukrainians who have joined the war right now. We've spoken to some of them a short while back, and they essentially indicated that they are not willing to leave their country. They are willing to fight for their country. They're willing to help the army, and that is the reason why a lot of civilians have registered themselves. This program is not something as a knee-jerk reaction to a war that is taking place. This is a well thought-out plan of the Ukrainian government as well as the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, where they're basically allowing civilians who want to get that kind of training so that they are prepared in case of any sort of emergency. And it is certainly showing some amount of results, because we are being told that just a few days ago, a lot of civilians who were given training here, they have been moved to areas where the battle is raging, especially in places like Kharkiv. So you've also had civilians going into those areas. So important to point out here is that this is going to have immediate results. And what we are also witnessing on the ground is that the ground offensive from the Russian side has been thwarted to a great extent, because the Ukrainian army today has this kind of massive ground support, because the civilians have started participating in those in this war. Checkpoints are now being manned by the civilians. So take a look at it, be it young or old, everyone has now become a part of what I would say this war that Ukraine is currently fighting. And you wouldn't really get that sense that people